it's not a bomb attack or anything. So, as I was saying, I was going to tell you a little bit about the Eurovisions Conference and the Eurovisions team. So, the Eurovisions Conference is held during the week of the actual Eurovision Song Contest since 2018 in Lisbon, and it is organized by the Eurovisions team. A group of 4 researchers with very diversified backgrounds. So we are journalists, some of us, musicians, academics, who share a special interest in the Eurovision Song Contest as a multidisciplinary event. These researchers are Irving Walter, Sofia Lopes, Carla Figueira, who is absent today as she is presently with the Eurovision fan training doing research, which she will be joining us tomorrow, and myself, Isabel Pinto. So the conference wishes to be a platform of discussion open to all types of audiences, fans, non-fans, academics, media professionals, and others who, like us, share a common interest in the Eurovision Song Contest in its various perspectives.
So before our first invited speaker, maybe we remind you that the videos of our science slammers are still under voting process, so feel free to watch them if you haven't so far. And during the streaming of this conference, you will find a QR code and that led you to the platform. So you can vote until the end of the second session of the Science Slam today. And our Science Slammers will make a recap of their research today with Professor Tom Sykes and with Catherine Becker. And after the votes are counted, we will award a prize to the most voted researcher. And of course, don't forget that today is just the first day of our conference, and tomorrow again in this wonderful auditorium, we will have another day of interesting discussions about the Eurovision Song Contest. Stay tuned and enjoy yourselves. We will now pass the word to Professor Tom Sykes and let the EUROVISIONS International Conference begin.
Thank you. It's a great honour to be hosting this conference at Liverpool Hub University. We've had to organise this very, very quickly, but hopefully you enjoy it. I'll just get the boring but necessary announcements out of the way. So, fire safety announcements. This is a non-smoking site. Anyone wishing to smoke may do so in designated smoking areas where cigarette bins are provided. Please be aware of the exits from each room you are in whilst you are on campus. So the exits are on this level and at the top. In the event of a fire, the alarm will sound. This is a siren, and you may see red alarm indicators flash. If the fire alarm is activated, do not run, but calmly make your way to the nearest safe exit. Fire escape routes are indicated by illuminated green signs in green warning light. Your nearest escape route, depending on where you're sitting, these doors of the do not use the lifts and do not obstruct belongings. Once outside, please wait at the fire assembly point for further instructions, which is near the security gates. Just one more thing from me. There is a guest Wi-Fi login. I've given this out to some of you. If you need this, I've got some more here. And with no further delays, let's start the conference.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we're starting this conference, this very special conference, today with a very special guest. Let me tell you first what it is all about. We are talking about representation, representing oneself and the other, and how Eurovision is shaping the image of countries and cultures. And since this year is a particular context, we have one country, the United Kingdom, hosting the conference on behalf of another country, the Ukraine. We are very happy to welcome guests from both host countries, but we're starting this conference with a guest from the last year's winning country, Ukraine. So I welcome Volodymyr Sheyko from the Ukrainian Institute, Director General of the Ukrainian Institute, a specialist in marketing, communications, and cultural management, who held a senior position for 11 years in the British Council. and is now contributing to the wonderful program that we can see here every day during the Eurovision weeks, and that I invite you all to attend to a large scale. So please welcome Volodymyr to our stage.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Thank you to the Eurovisions team for this kind invitation, and particularly to Carla Figueira, a good friend who's joining us tomorrow, I presume. This is indeed a very, interesting topic to explore and discuss with you today, how a mainstream song contest can or cannot contribute to Ukraine's cultural relations and cultural diplomacy objectives, because, we are in a completely outstanding situation at the moment with the biggest war in Europe going on in our country. And for Ukraine, cultural relations has never been more important as today, to assert our agency in the world and project an agent, an own cultural voice to the world. And this is, like I said, particularly interesting to see and to reflect on whether Eurovision can be that platform to project such voice, and whether it can, help us achieve what we're trying to achieve as a nation, as a society. And a year ago, had the invasion not happened, and Ukraine would still win Eurovision, our today's conversation would be probably very, very different. And I can also say that the 3 times the Ukraine won Eurovision in this century, which is actually the only country that won 3 times in the 21st century, it always happened around kind of very important milestones in our contemporary history. So in 2003, it was just before the Orange Revolution, and the Eurovision itself, when we hosted it, took place after the revolution was victorious. It was a very an energizing time, I think, for Ukraine. Then another victory followed in 2016, after the Euromaidan revolution, after the war had begun in 2014, and now, last year when the full-scale invasion was on. And that what I think made Eurovision quite special for Ukraine, because it always was a way to strengthen the cultural presence for the country in some very critical times of its contemporary history. But who would have known that our president would become the country's most valuable soft power asset? I mean, who would have anticipated what's happened to the country in the past year and a half? Who would have known that a lot of objectives of our cultural diplomacy will be achieved actually by the war, ironically, because naturally, kind of the global attention, appreciation, and just awareness of Ukraine skyrocketed since February 2022. But I quite like to say that awareness is basically a contour, is a shape of the country, but actually it's the cultural diplomacy and the intellectual cultural assets that can fill that space, that shape with meaning and with content. So there is another kind of tension between the format of Eurovision, which is mainstream, entertaining, not kind of diving deep into intellectual assets that a country has, and this need to make the best use of the contemporary, vibrant, independent cultural scene, intellectual culture, and those assets that doesn't necessarily make it to mainstream attention internationally. So. And the subject matter that I would like to also propose for today's conversation is that what a mainstream song contest can do for a country at war, whose culture, physically and intangibly, being a major target in this war, has been continuously and purposefully subjected to destruction and denigration from a neighboring country. So is there a shared space that we can talk about these very serious matters and Eurovision? And even a broader question: can visibility and publicity achieved through the show can solve some of the fundamental objectives of Ukraine's cultural diplomacy? And I want to also quote Professor Timothy Snyder from Yale University, who in his recent series of lectures called The Making of Modern Ukraine, that are available online and enjoyed a massive viewership of millions of people, he said that Ukraine has always been central to European project in European history. It has been an agent, a participant of so many European historical milestones, and yet it kind of went largely unnoticed among wider audiences, among scholars, among just people coming from various backgrounds, and remained largely kind of a blind spot of Europe until pretty much February 2022. Just a few remarks to set the scene, as some of the serious remarks, but I think it has to be mentioned that against the backdrop of Eurovision as an undoubtedly cultural event, essentially cultural event, that is being organized on behalf of Ukraine here in the UK, we must, I think, remember what Ukrainian culture is going through today and how the culture sector looks in the country today. Needless to say, that the impact of war has been devastating on on the country's cultural ecosystem and its people. I'm talking about displacement of artists, a major wave of refugees and displaced people all across Europe, but also in other parts of the world. Disruption to production of cultural assets, so inability to work, to produce, film, literature, theater, takes its toll on cultural diplomacy today, because we as a cultural institute for Ukraine will soon run out of strong content, competitive content, such as films, for example, that are just not being produced in the country at the moment, to present them internationally. So it's an ability of artists, individual artists, to work for security reasons, for trauma reasons, for loss of jobs and decline of institutions and erosion of institutions that inevitably follows. Of course, we have seen a lot of mobilization of international support for Ukraine and artists and institutions. And that drive to support Ukraine has depleted, I'm afraid, resources of many institutions who kind of channeled everything they had into that emergency response, and now kind of are running out of fuel if we are kind of looking at a medium-term solutions, because the war is here to stay, I'm afraid, with us. We have seen international breakthroughs of Ukrainian culture. What was previously kind of looked down at in many situations is now welcomed, is now relevant, is now sought after. We have received massive amount of inquiries and requests and questions about what we can recommend internationally to kind of educate, to inspire, to provide people with genuine knowledge of Ukraine through culture. Quite importantly and ironically, I have to say that this doesn't apply to many forms of commercial culture or entertainment culture, such as TV series, pop music, or mainstream music scene, because most of these projects have traditionally been designated and designed for a domestic audience. And I think the commercial culture, including pop music, are still struggling to achieve commercial success internationally. And there is another kind of tension point with Eurovision and what it can do or cannot do for that segment of the cultural scene. So, having kind of set the scene, where does it take us in terms of UK hosting the show on behalf of Ukraine? This is unprecedented. This is the first time in Eurovision history. How do one country make sense of another country to confidently represent its culture, its aspirations, its scene by hosting the show? And so far, I think the UK, in my opinion, has handled this task with delicacy, with generosity, with tact, and with respect, and with acknowledgement of the last year's Ukraine's victory. And I think the hosts and the media and just the wider public so far have been very vocal about this, and I really must thank the city of Liverpool and everyone involved in making the show, because it so far it looks very good. I'm not going to speak about the production of the show itself because, I've seen the preview of the semi-final yesterday. I saw the preview yesterday, and of course, Yulia Sanina, one of the famous Ukrainian singers, is a host on the show, and Alosha, the 2010 contender from Ukraine, also appeared in that show. And of course, the very beautiful videos introducing each act that do justice to cultural landmarks in Ukraine, in the UK, and in other respective countries. I'm going to speak instead about the culture festival that surrounded the show, and it's still on in Liverpool. It was commissioned by Liverpool City Council and Department for Culture, Media and Sport of the UK, with various contributors, including us. So we stepped in November when this project was announced to help the local production team curate this culture festival, which comes exactly from that other perspective of representing the more kind of intellectual, sophisticated, if you wish, cultural offer, but then giving space to Ukrainian contemporary artists who are working here and now, to give them some visibility and opportunities to collaborate with their UK counterparts. And I think that institutional link or link between artists is what made this program really special. So one of the challenges that we faced was how do we position this festival? Because it was designed as an open call that attracted about 700 entries, which was a massive number. I had a lot of sleepless nights in December with my colleagues assessing those applications that came from all over the place. So it was really a good interest in the program. It ended up commissioning 24 pieces, 24 projects, out of which 19 were collaborations between UK and Ukrainian contemporary artists in different disciplines and fields, such as music, electronic music scene, film, visual art, what else? Theater, performing arts, and everything in between. But we had this challenge of, like I said, of positioning, whereby it was crucial for us to say that this is not just for entertainment. It was designed that way in the beginning. That the commissions were basically aimed at entertaining mass audiences, being kind of outdoor, favoring big outdoor installations, and we said, look, you have to represent a country that is at war, that is going through a terrible tragedy. We don't want to spoil the spirit of Eurovision, of course. We do want people to have a great time here because that's where they're coming for, to Liverpool. But at the same time, it doesn't have to be all glittery. It has to acknowledge the society that is living a very different life. So, and I'm very glad that the production team have listened to us and genuinely appreciated what our feedback, and that's how kind of we try to sort of downplay this a little bit in terms of the festive spirit of the commissions, but at the same time not make it too grim and not make it quite delicate how this narrative is sort of weaved into the fabric of the projects themselves. And importantly as well, it was good that this culture festival called EuroFestival, program is available online, follows the UK-Ukraine culture season that has been going on in many cities across the UK since last April. We have been doing it together with the British Council in a partnership with them. So there was a lot of work already done with audiences, with institutions, with media attention that helped us, carry this interest in Ukraine to this point, that culminates in this festival. So, like I said, 24 projects, 19 collaborations, bilateral collaborations, with funding ranging from 25 to 125k per commission. It was done in an incredible short period of time, just 2 months, I think, over 2 months. Projects went through R&D stage, and then the most successful ideas were commissioned and actually produced throughout February and March and April. So the end result was a healthy number of themes and perspectives, including Chernobyldorf, which you may have seen or may not have seen. It's a contemporary opera that was also shown at Huddersfield Contemporary Music Festival last year, and that was named by the Times as one of the most important performing arts pieces in the world today, which everyone must see, and that's an incredibly impressive attempt to reflect on the future that of mankind that survived an apocalypse, and how do we excavate remnants and objects from Earth that we don't really know how to make sense of anymore. How do we reconstruct our past? And I think this theme really goes in tune with the reality of today's Ukraine. There is an excellent exhibition of Ukrainian photography at the Open Eye Gallery of a lot of the best contemporary Ukrainian photographers, and also complemented with poetic reflections from 5 UK poets who reflected on the photography works. And I think those two kind of narratives and perspective are really nicely interwoven in the fabric of the exhibition. I do recommend you to see it. There was a EUROVIsion social media campaign and a series of social media content reflecting all the LGBTQ aspects, various aspects of Eurovision. You may have seen the huge kind of birds scattered around the city, the nightingales, which represent Ukrainian kind of nightingale is one of the cultural symbols of Ukraine, and then the birds themselves represent different regions of the country in terms of their music and sound, but also through ornaments and embroidery patterns that originated from different regions of the country. And they've been quite a successful kind of showstoppers. I think a lot of parents and children do love them a lot. There is Sound of Freedom, which is a mural commissioned specifically for this city on this occasion. It's a collaboration between the UK Ukrainian artists, and it's a continuation of a project called The Wall that we did in 5 capitals across Europe and Africa last year, just to showcase again the artistic collaborations, but also artistic reflections on what's going on in the country at the moment. There is also a self-guided kind of trail tour around Liverpool that basically tells various stories of artists who took shelter in metro stations, or who were evacuating works of art from the country as the rockets fell, and who created underground art and culture during the Russian occupation and after the occupation. So a lot of that, does reflect the grim reality, but in a very engaging way. There is, of course, Jamala's, Ukraine's winner, Kurum, huge concert of her new album that basically rearranges traditional Crimean Tatar songs in a spectacular fashion with a symphony orchestra. There is a series of documentaries aired on BBC about Ukraine. There was a rave party just a few days ago that took place simultaneously in Kiev and in Liverpool, and was live streamed sort of both ways to celebrate the incredible electronic and techno scene in Ukraine, which is still on. It now is a daytime raves. We have daytime raves instead of night raves because of curfew. So it's also a change of mindset in a way. And you may have seen the Nelson Monument with 2,500 sandbags around it as a symbol of a cultural monument that is protected from physical damage and destruction, with some documentary video that tells the story of the surviving and thriving music scene in the country. So to conclude this, I mean, this information is available online, but I think what it did for the Eurovision this year is that it's quite unprecedented how deep this program went into showcasing a country's culture, and I'm quite surprised that it worked so well. in a good way surprised, because it could have gone massively wrong. But still, I think it does justice to what the country is going through today. It does so also in a respectful and delicate way, but it ultimately, for my profession, importantly, achieves what Ukraine's cultural diplomacy is trying to do today. As much as we love Eurovision, as much as we love the kind of, I'm sorry to say, this superficial projection of a country's image, which is entertaining, which is cheesy, which is great fun, but looking at this different dimension of our objectives, this cultural festival did justice to our mission. So happy to take your questions. I'll conclude here. Sorry if I sort of overstay my welcome, but thank you. Thank you. Shall I stay here?
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we are open to questions. So be brave and do your difficult questions to Volodymyr. So
No silence.
no questions. Yeah. So maybe I can do a first one. I don't know if it is a good one to start, but you emphasize during your presentation this idea of entertainment versus social and, of course, political awareness. So, and you conclude that was pretty well done in Liverpool for the Eurovision Song Contest. And what is during the from last year to now, what is the role of Ukrainian Institute on this? Because it's a very serious question, of course, but can you develop a little bit more on your role during this last year and under this situation?
Sure. Thank you, Svea. Well, our mission and objectives largely remained the same. So it's to promote better understanding and knowledge of Ukraine internationally through culture. The tactics obviously changed a lot, because we didn't have to kind of do the kind of awareness raising thing for obvious reasons. So it was time to go a little bit deeper and like I said, kind of fill in that superficial understanding of the country with a deeper meaning through its cultural assets. We have responded to a great deal of interest from international institutions, who before the invasion were quite hard to reach, some of them, or it took us months to achieve what post-invasion would take days or even hours. And that's also an ironic statement or situation, when it took a war for the world to be willing to work with us and with Ukraine. But I've seen also some very genuine willingness from international cultural community to help, to host, and to acknowledge that, programming of cultural institutions will be anyway incomplete if we're not inclusive in terms of what cultures we engage with, what voices we represent, and the multiplicity and the diversity of those voices. And I think that goes far beyond Europe as well. I think that a lot of cultural institutions across the globe are quite complacent in how they program stuff. They either tend to play it very safe, or do the kind of the most obvious choices, or recognized content, or major voices. That leaves a lot of our shared culture just unnoticed, undeveloped, unsupported, and invisible. And the war has changed that for Ukraine a lot, and I hope that this war will bring attention to many other cultures at war, at risk, and to many other contexts that have similarities with Ukraine, that have experienced similar kind of structural inequalities. So I think there was a major change in how we operated.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we have a first question there, and then we have another one from here.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Szymon Simon from Poland. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My question is about not connected with war, because I find Ukraine is a unique country, not only because winning so many times in last year's Eurovision Song Contest, but in comparison to other countries, you join your traditional culture and creative way of presenting it, and also a lot of modernity in this traditional music. Where it comes from? It's about the education. It's about what? Because you are really impressive, and I want to say Slava Ukraini and God save the king.
Dziękuję bardzo za to pytanie.
Thank you.
It's a great question, and I think that it comes from colonialism, actually. Interestingly, I'll try to explain. So, although Ukraine was not a colony in a traditional sense of this word, much as other regions and countries were, it has been subjected to colonial domination from Russia in its various shapes and forms of its existence, Russian Empire or Soviet Union. And that was the time when the only kind of allowed form of cultural expression was folklore. So Ukrainian culture, much like other countries, cultures that constituted the Soviet Union or Russian Empire, were basically reduced to these folk ways, folk expressions, for folklore artistic practices, such as singing, dancing, or embroidery, or crafts, or whatever. And that created a situation when kind of generations grew up knowing that this is basically the foundation and the only genuine form of existence of their culture. And then, after Ukraine regained its independence, there was this incredible blend of contemporary new voices, of a new generation, in a dialogue, in a critical dialogue with that legacy, folklore legacy, which, of course, we knew that wasn't the only thing that we had. And that created a great tension, as in tension, between the more conservative and more progressive culture makers, but also a very creative and productive cultural dialogue, trying to blend in the two, the tradition and the modernity, and something that was perceived as, obsolete, conserved, outdated, but then was imbued with completely different meanings and made into something very, very exciting in terms of music, in terms of visual art, design, fashion, architecture, and other forms of expression. So I'm just wondering, and that's, I think, an open question to all, if that's if that happened anywhere else. So I'm sure it might have happened in other cultures as well, similar structural events in cultural developments. But for Ukraine, I think it does come from this kind of colonial legacy, colonial past, that took probably quite an unexpected turn in modern times.
So we have time to Tom question, please.
Thank you. Yeah, sort of connected to that. You were talking earlier about the thriving electronic music scene, and do you think that has become a sort of almost a new grassroots cultural activity that is continuing despite the war, and that will flourish at this time? Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I hate this expression that Kyiv is the new Berlin, but it was quite often used to describe the underground music scene in the country, which indeed has been very rapidly kind of developing. The war has taken its toll, of course, on this scene, but again, it hasn't disappeared. It's very much there and visible, and it has been an act of kind of rebellion, of cultural resistance, but also an act of solidarity, particularly post-invasion, as these artists on a grassroots level quickly mobilized and formed very strong networks of mutual support and solidarity and fundraising and everything. And I think, and also every techno party that's going on in Kyiv and elsewhere in Ukraine at the moment does a lot of fundraising for the Ukrainian armed forces, so for the humanitarian response to the war. So it's very touching to see actually how the most apolitical people of all, like, you know, teenagers or hipsters or whatever, just come together and in those incredible acts of solidarity and kind of citizenship in a way. So that's also a phenomenon, a social phenomenon that has to be researched and studied thoroughly, because it does reveal something invisible, both intangible and tangible at the same time. But it's a really good question. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have time for more questions, so I'd like to thank again Volodymyr to being here and as well tomorrow in the panel discussion. So thank you for your questions, and I will pass for the next.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Maybe I can use one of these microphones. I would like to call on stage Ellie Johnson and Cody McKee. Are they here? Yes, they are. So these young people will be the musicians that will play our first music interlude. So please give them a round of applause.
It's not simple to say that most days I don't recognize me, that these shoes and this apron, that place and its patrons have taken more than I gave them. It's not easy to know I'm not anything like I used to be, although it's true I was never attention sweet center. I still remember that girl. She is imperfect, but she tries. She is good, but she lies. She is hard on herself. She is broken and won't ask for help. She is messy, but she's kind. She is lonely most of the time. She's all of these mixed up and baked in a beautiful pie. She is gone, but she used to be mine. And it's not what I asked for. Sometimes life just slips in through a back door and carves out a person and makes her believe it's all true. And now I've got you. You're not what I asked for. If I'm honest, I know I would give it all back for a chance to start over and rewrite an ending or two for that girl that I knew was reckless just enough, who gets hurt but who learns how to toughen up when she's bruised and gets used by but she's kind. She is lonely most of the time. She is all of this mixed up and baked in a beautiful pie. She is gone, but she used to be mine.
Or are you just finished? Okay, so let's give them another round of applause, please. So let me just remind you that this was She Used to Be Mine from the musical The Waitress from 2015, brilliantly executed by these two young musicians. So thank you very much. Oh, by the way, they are students from Hope University. So now we go to the next point of our program, and that's the Science Slam. So I'd like to call, first of all, Ben Robertson, Lauren Bell, Lizzie King, and Mayuka Pillay to come here on stage. Meanwhile, I'll explain you a little.
So what I'd like to do to start with is ask each of our science slammers to give a short summary. As Isabel just said, the actual videos of their presentations are available online. But if you could each give a short summary of your research before we have the questions. Don't suppose it matters too much which order we go in, but I'll go on the order I've got here, which is Ben first.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I am Ben Robertson. I am here at Eurovision this year as creative press for ESC Insight. And I have studied and analysed the impact of running order on the Eurovision Song Contest. It is well known in the Eurovision community that the later in the show you are, the better your chance of doing well. But what I wanted to do was look deep into that, because we can see data showing that there's more viewers in the show as the show progresses. So it makes natural sense that, of course, you're going to see far more votes those later songs. But we have the perfect control group, and that is the Eurovision juries. Each juror must, we hope, judge each song equally from first to last. And my model compared their results in the semi-finals to the grand final for the same songs, and the change in the running order between those two shows. And yes, I found, looking at that data, that to a 95% confidence, those jurors are still impacted by the running order. Now, that difference is small. We can measure it, but it is not a big difference. But that proves, against what the EBU said 10 years ago when they had a producer-led running order, that yes, running order bias is there, and it is statistically significant. What we see now in this producer-led era, where the running order is chosen by the producers, is that it amplifies these problems. It makes it worse, because we keep seeing those songs that are favoured and have expectations that get drawn later. Those countries that are already deemed competitively chanceless are put in that dreaded second slot. So the producers are amplifying the problems that we've proved already exist. And I think this bit is important, not just for the Eurovision Song Contest, and it is a competitive aspect, but also for anybody looking at how we judge anything sequentially, so that we do so as unbiased as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. So we'll now go on to Lauren.
Hello, I'm Lauren and I'm a student here at Hope. I'm researching artistic collaboration in music towards my master's here, but I think it has particular relevance in this context just for the sheer amount of collaboration that takes place to create the Eurovision Song Contest across large distances as well. My research considers the contexts of collaboration in music in modern times, including the way COVID-19 has changed the way we think about digital technologies in communicating over large distances, as well as the way that the music industry is demanding musicians to operate in new ways. There are three key focuses of my research. The first is artistic practice, and the idea that reflecting on one's artistic practice can be beneficial in developing that practice. The term artistic practice refers to the ways in which an artist goes about his or her work. It goes beyond the physical activities of making artistic products and can include influences, ideas, materials, as well as tools and skills. My lived experience is what informs my art, so investing in the quality of that experience is investing in my artistic practice and art, and I want to further open a discussion about what can be considered part of that artistic practice. The second key point that I discussed in my video is just managing collaborations and how collaborations can be initiated in a range of ways. That could be a conversation with an acquaintance or a colleague that you might already know, or it could be a DM to somebody via social media to a different country or that you might never meet in real life. The nature of collaboration is variable, but responsible collaborations are always defined by openness and early ongoing communication. And finally, I want to talk about common space. Common space is not a physical space, but rather an environment which facilitates effective collaboration. There are a few fundamental elements of making a common space, which include confidence and trust in yourself, as well as the working partners. And finding a balance between structure and spontaneity. This also involves the creation of playfulness, which is important because it serves as a frame for risk-taking, allowing collaborators to set aside their egos and to work together to create new ideas and new ways of working. Thank you.
So let's have Lizzie.
Hello, I'm Lizzie King. I'm studying my master's at Salford University. I'm an artist. I work with photography, printmaking and sound works. I've been collaborating with Dr. Rebecca Potty from Liverpool Hope University, doing a project on forest bathing. So looking at urban green spaces. We know that Liverpool has one of the oldest parks within our country, and that Ukraine has the most national parks within Europe. Parks play a real cultural significance within the European community. Our research was looking at how we communicate spirit of place. What do these places have that we can communicate through sound works specifically? I was looking at different ways we could get the sounds that we may all know from the park, as well as using more specific ways of getting those smaller individual sounds from trees. And Dr. Potty brought an emotional element through classical music to that. The research was very much a practice-based artistic research, as well as looking at qualitative research with forest bathers to look at the key points that make these urban green spaces something we can connect with. Through that, the words that we put attention on were awe and attention as the two kind of key words that when we are in those urban green spaces actually benefit us from creating that connection. Thank you.
Thanks, Lizzie.
Hello. Like Lauren, I'm also a Liverpool Hope Master's student, currently doing my Master of Arts in Creative Music Practice. There's a lot of research to suggest that elements of music can impact the flavor of food and food behavior. However, all of this research has been exclusively done on instrumental music, except for one paper that looks at different vocal types and these tastes. As a vocalist myself and a lover for singing, I wanted to fill this gap in the literature by looking at a very important aspect of vocal music, vowels. I used a 2-experiment design, which I have just finished my first experiment, where I conducted online surveys in which participants listened to 10 vocal clips, 2 singers singing the 5 Italian vowels, and rated them on how sweet, sour, salty, and bitter they are. These results are the foundation of my experiment 2, which I am currently recruiting for if anyone is interested, in which I will have people blindly tasting specific foods while listening to some of these vowels and seeing if they can influence the taste. As this is one of the first of its kind, this research has quite obvious benefits in marketing, food, and the music industries. However, something overlooked is its ability to help those who struggle with food, whether that be through to mental condition, neurological condition, or age, and promote healthy eating. And extensions of this research can be useful in creating perceptions of safety. Why I feel this research stands out, or why one of the main reasons I feel it relates to Eurovision, is because it has this ability to change the way we think about music and singing, and just how powerful singing is. And I think it does this in a very unexpected, unique, and quite quirky way. So thank you, everyone.
I will shortly open the floor for questions, but I'm just wondering whether there are any questions online from the... Not for now. Okay, right. So, has anybody any questions for any of our Science Slam panelists? Yes. Just wait just hold on a second.
Question for Ben. In terms of the running order, do you think it is likely a producer could ever purposely try put a favourite in the infamous 2nd or 16th positions in the running order to try and make a point? Like, for example, in this year's contest, Loreen from Sweden is the bookie's favourite. Do you think they could potentially put her in 16th to try break the curse as such? Or do you think it's kind of not something they want to mess with because it is so proven that it's a bit...
You're quite right in that there's definitely a breaking the curse idea. In fact, I would argue that the draw number 2nd, which has been this death slot in Eurovision history now for decades, nobody's won from 2nd, and that's been a really bad qualified position in the modern producer era led of semi-finals. I think that shift's changed. I think producers are aware of that perception, and they're putting songs in 2nd that are not competitive to do well, but they will make some kind of like social media noise. Last year we had Latvia's Eat Your Salad, which, you know, the first 10 seconds of that got Twitter on fire last year. And I think the busker performing tonight, they'll have a similar kind of, oh, wow, what is this? What's going on stage? Who are the cardboard cutouts? What's this? What's that? It might not be a competitive winning possibility song, but it's been put there because it will win in other ways. So I think there's some awareness to that, but most producers wouldn't dare put favourites early in the show because they want a show to build crescendo. And also, I mean, it would, from a journalist point of view, it'd be fascinating to have something that happened with Loreen, but if millions less will watch the performance, therefore, no producer would dare take that risk.
Okay.
I had a question for Lizzie, and this is, now that you've found out that urban green spaces are so important, arena spaces, like venues where Eurovision happens, are the opposite of urban green spaces in many ways. You know, there's nothing growing there, and they're sealed off, and the general public can't come into them. So what lessons do you think we could learn from your research that would make places like arenas better places?
I think the first point that comes to mind, to parks that particularly have been looking at these urban green spaces, were created because people couldn't access, the majority of people couldn't access green spaces in those days. We're talking about places that are highly industrialized, where the majority of people were living in squalor, really poor living conditions, whereas these kind of spaces have come in by public subscription to bring a better quality of life. I think we're having a discussion before, the sheer prices of tickets a lot of the time for arena are out of the kind of everyday person's access. Also accessibility into a lot of arenas for a wide range of people is difficult. I think opening up accessibility to these things, whether for people with physical disabilities or other types of disabilities, or sheerly because they're financially often restrictive, are really important lessons to be learning if we want people to really be accessing the arts in a more open way to everybody. Thank you.
And we have a question from the middle.
Hi, Ben. Hi, everyone, but I have a question to Ben, actually. I read some of your articles, and of course, I agree that, there is a perception that the second half of the draw is better than the first one. But looking at the statistics, in the last 10 years, we had 5 winners from the first half. So what made them so special to win the competition with these statistics? And what would be a solution for the future in order to avoid all these speculations? Whether draw of the position would be really good, but do you think the show would suffer?
If it was worth pointing out that those 5 winners that you mentioned, they have all been in the second half of the first half. So producers have given them every chance despite that draw position in the first half. I did make it clear, and I will again, that yes, we can measure running order, but that actual difference is small. The quality of the song far outweighs the kind of small percentages that we see. Writing and presenting this was proving that John Olasan's point that there is no statistical significance to the running order is a false statement. What we have in terms of your second point is you've got to look at running order as well against everything else. You've got the crescendo of the audience to really play into it. A solution that you have that I would suggest is, because the producers want to create this balance. Producers believe that a sawtooth approach, having this like 4 ballads together is not good for television. So you can produce a running order, and then to make it fair, you could have a pot of balls and draw a random number and say we start there. So you have your running order, I want this, a random draw, we start at number 20 and then go down. Because that way you've created the show that you can do best. This year we mentioned Loreen. Loreen's staging takes so long to prepare. That's why Moldova's before Loreen, because Moldova doesn't have any props on stage. So it makes it effective for a producer to get the right acts in the right order. So you can still do that element, but who goes first and who goes last, that could be made random.
Any more questions? I've just got a question for Lauren. And you talk about various things in your presentation to do with collaboration, but also things like sustainability in your music career and so on. What do you think it's now easier for people to collaborate using technology, because you don't necessarily need to be in, you talk about sort of a common space, but that common space could be online, couldn't it, or some kind of digital space?
Yeah.
Is that something that you've made use of?
That's sort of something that I want to move my research more in that direction of how can common space be created digitally. And for the first time, I'm working with an artist who's going to do the cover art for my EP. My research kind of takes the form of like a case study where I'm making my debut EP. So yeah, I've been working with an artist that May actually put me in touch with, who's based in South Africa. So I maybe will never meet him, but yet we're able to use the technologies in front of us to have open discussion about what we can do together. So yeah, I think that perhaps not easier, but more accessible than before, I would say.
Yeah. Although you say that, you know, you may collaborate with somebody that you may never meet. Do you think that is problematic in itself, not being in the same physical space as a collaborator?
Yeah, I think it just opens the question of how can we create common space if it really isn't a space. It's a conversation over message without face. So yeah, that's something which I don't have a solid answer to yet, but I want to find out.
Yeah, so I think that during the lockdown, people collaborated in these digital spaces quite effectively, but I think people were desperate to meet one another in person.
Definitely. Yeah, I suppose now it's thinking about how we can balance our face-to-face interactions and our online interactions. I think COVID allowed us a sort of period of time to feel out how to navigate online collaborations with however many Zoom calls we each did. But now we're in a position where we can have a chance to utilize both and see where it takes us.
Yeah, thank you. Do we have any more questions from the floor? Yes, Sophia?
So I have a question from online from Jorge Cremona that we know from the last Eurovisions conference in Turin. So it's a question for Ben, and Jorge asks, any insights about singers who have already been to Eurovision and this running order impact?
As in, if singers who return to the contest get maybe a preferential running order, possibly. I certainly another trend that I have noticed in recent years that maybe at this point is I've noticed the running order have a more entertainment impact rather than a competitive impact. The running order now is used by producers to tell a narrative throughout the show. I noticed how you had two different contrasting feminist messages in 2021 in the Rotterdam contest with Russian Woman and Gemma Cass put side by side. I noticed how you had this whole partly ridiculous love romance between Effendi and Tix that happened that year. So the producers went, you know what, in the grand final, you're going back to back. Because as a commentator, that gives you a perfect 20 seconds to fill and entertain the audience during the postcard. So I'm actually seeing now, we've discussed crescendo, we've discussed the logistics, but also running order being used by producers as a form of building a narrative, both competitive and otherwise.
Thanks. Any further questions? I have a question for Mayuka. It's really interesting research that you're carrying out at the moment. So depending on the findings of your research, what sort of applications do you think that it may have in the future?
I think that's something I really want to look forward into. When I did similar research, I had a participant who was diagnosed with autism partake, and she found that the idea of bringing ideas of music into her food behaviors made her actually enjoy and eat food she couldn't due to her autism, and deal with food textures that normally did bother her. So I think I really want to bring it to something a bit more practical. As someone who wants to go into experimental research, I think the idea of taking theories and making them into practical applications is what I want to do. And I think creating, in a few different ways, looking at making soundtracks, potentially building this research up to create soundtracks that could be accessible on Spotify or any other form of streaming research, but also to be taken to schools and workshops to be used in, for example, musical therapy, could benefit groups like the Brain Charity and Music in the Mind in Liverpool, or any medical wards. Also, just to be put to promote eating healthy for kids at schools and in education. I think early education is a very good place to bring it. So I think developing this research a little bit further to a point where we have a physical soundtrack that could be used in workshops in schools for education and just helping those who struggle with their sensory issues or struggle with their perception of the world, just to make it a little bit safer and easier for them in the long run, is where I hope to bring this research. I think the research so far has been very much advertising, marketing, and I want to bring it down to the community and make it accessible for everyone.
Yeah, because of course there are clear commercial potentials with the research, but I think that's a great sort of thing to be aiming for with your research. Yeah, and it'd be very interesting to see where it goes. Any more questions? Yeah.
Sorry, Ben, this one isn't for you, but it is for everybody else. How do you think your individual research, because obviously they're all quite varied, how do you think kind of Mayuka, where you just brought about autism, anybody that is maybe neurodivergent, something like that, if there was a sensory space at something like Eurovision, obviously Eurovision is extremely stimulating and it can cause maybe
I currently have the honor to be working with Sefton Council on creating a sensory safe room in Liverpool on some other research similar to this, but we're looking at something different. So I think definitely creating a sensory safe space would be important, especially like you said, Eurovision is quite overstimulating for sure. So I think having maybe like little places that are watch zones where people are going to watch Eurovision, having it creating a space for them that is textually, visually, auditorily safe, and maybe looking at working with different frequencies or working with different visual aspects like things like colors and textures really make people feel safer. And I think maybe looking at how you display the sound and the music to people can definitely influence the way they perceive it and make it safer. I think especially with a very visually focused performance as well. I think looking at how you present those and the speakers and stuff like that could definitely influence and make it a bit more sensory safe. But it's something I haven't considered, but something I definitely will consider moving forward, especially Eurovision has this ability of, it's all about unity. So I think making it a bit more accessible and bringing in that unity of bringing people who are neurodivergent to have access to the show is something that is one way to look at this research for sure. So yeah.
Yeah.
So if Eurovision was to take on how neurodivergent people see the show, do you think other concerts would follow on from the Eurovision if they incorporated neurodivergency aspects to it?
I would hope so. I think Eurovision has quite a big platform, and I think is potentially, as we've heard from other speakers, definitely something that has the ability to promote change and to promote the power of music. I think I'm a bit biased as a music student and lover, but music is such a powerful kind of tool and weapon to be used. It's like a bargain for hope. It's been used in revolutions, and I think definitely if Eurovision were to tackle that and bring in that sort of thing, that would be something brought into concerts, maybe more at live performances and stuff. So I definitely would hope so, and I would be interested to see how they do it and where it goes for sure.
I have it's not a question, it's a comment for Laureen, because I'm thinking during your presentation, because we are talking here, of course, our main topic is Eurovision Song Contest. And this idea of cooperation. Certainly, it's a kind of weird idea on the contest because they are competing with each other, of course. But I don't know if you thought about it. Because many of musicians I interviewed in Portugal for the Portuguese national selection told that the Portuguese national selection is a platform for creating cooperation among the musicians more than other kind of shows. And I'm seeing in Eurovision sometimes people get together and have singing on the corridors or something like that, but it is not a cooperation in a proper sense. So maybe you can develop on your research some tools to develop this kind of cooperations in a context like a competition. So I don't know, it's just an idea, just a comment.
Yeah, I
Congratulations.
agree that the contest itself maybe doesn't demonstrate collaboration in the same way, but like our opening speaker was saying, the collaboration between artists from different countries on, you know, the arts displays are up around the city at the moment, things like that. The people in Liverpool who are working with people from all different places in Europe to put on the show in the first place. I think it's maybe the collaboration behind the scenes that I'm thinking about more, if that helps.
Maybe you could develop some advices to give to the musicians to further collaboration.
Yeah.
I think Ben would like to.
Yeah, one thing I find fascinating of your research with the Eurovision context is that many songs are created in songwriting camps for the Eurovision Song Contest, and now the aim being to find songs for the Eurovision Song Contest. One song this year, the Austrian song, was written at a songwriting camp in the last 30 minutes of the session when they'd already finished, and they started messing about and creating something absolutely crazy. And once they had that freedom, they actually created something that ended up going to be the entry that year. So when you speak there about trying to find the right sort of freedom and risk-taking, we've actually got an example of that in this year's contest.
Yeah, definitely. I think all of us can sort of relate to that on a level, like thinking about being with friends or anyone really, and just getting to that relaxed place where you know what's going on, you've got that sense of structure, but there's no pressure, you're just, you know, sharing ideas freely, and yeah, it creates this super playful atmosphere, which I think is sort of at the center of what this idea of common space is. So yeah, I think that's a really interesting example.
Any more questions from the audience? Yes.
It's a question for Lauren, just to follow on from what Ben was saying. Have you noticed any sort of difference when that common space is sort of engineered or provided, as in the case of the songwriting camp, or if it's more of a sort of, you know, organically created thing by friends or, you know, people that perhaps have sort of met accidentally rather than that sort of engineered space?
Well, I'll talk about a collaboration, my own experience of making this EP. I worked with a photographer who I'd met on one occasion before and just got in touch with to take some promo photos for me. And as I said, one of the other key elements of this common space is confidence. And I think an important thing that he did for me, which I didn't know he was going to do this. It was just sort of his idea. He brought a little Bluetooth speaker and just said to me, you know, connect your phone to this and put on whatever you like. And it just meant that I wasn't in my head in front of the camera. I just felt like I was relaxed, that I was with a friend. And we had a very relaxed back and forth the whole time, just talking about our each individual practices, what we do on a day-to-day. And I think that dynamic, while I hadn't specifically planned it out that way, really helped me find confidence in that situation and sort of indulge in the artistic experience and the collaboration between us both. We sort of just wandered around, picked out nice spots for a photo, both made suggestions, and it did feel like we were really like in it, collaborating together. So yeah, I don't think it necessarily has to be as structured as like the songwriting thing, but I think evidently it can be successful in both circumstances.
Thank you. Are there any more? Yeah. I just have a question for Lizzie. You talk about accessibility. Have you sort of looked at different aspects of accessibility in different green spaces, of the ones that you've been working in specifically? Is it something that you're looking at in general as well?
I mean, as a wheelchair user, it's kind of impossible not to look at them in general as access points. But the urban green spaces I've been working in particularly have been, as I said before, made for everyday people to use. And those access points then are kind of built into the space a lot of the time. So one of the ones, particularly Peel Park in Salford, which was built in, I think, 1847 from public subscription, has got lots of access points for wheelchair use, gaps next to the benches so you can put your chair there. But then I think with the walking at Shirin-yoku, the forest bathing, the point of actually connecting in those urban green spaces is a massive thing, I think, for access, as we're talking about neurodivergency earlier on, and those kind of connections, actually being able to connect with the small things that are going on and bring our anxiety levels right down is a really important thing to do. And that's kind of what Shirin-yoku focuses on, those kind of attention points and looking at the small details. I think as we're talking about different types of spaces and sensory issues within arenas or other kind of public settings like that, having those kind of spaces that we can connect with nature are important for those.
Do you think there's sometimes a little bit of a conflict with, let's say, in a park, you may have some young people who are there to enjoy themselves and perhaps maybe a little bit noisy, and other people want to have a quieter experience. Do you think there's room for both? I mean, this could be the same with Eurovision as well, or some arena setting that we're discussing a little bit earlier. But do you think it's possible, or do you think things need to be designated in parks, or should it just be open for people to do what they want?
I think there's obviously always going to be that kind of conflict, isn't there? But I think with urban green spaces, they tend to be smaller to fit within cities, and people will want to go there and enjoy themselves and be loud. But I think the way that we structure spaces and allow for wooded areas or more closely knit areas of trees tend to bring about areas of reflection, whereas then we have our football pitches and things where people tend to hang around and enjoy themselves and make more noise. I think similarly, if we're talking about those kind of contexts of music kind of venues and other things, having sensory rooms or places not within a main auditorium kind of give us that same kind of separation.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I have a question for
Yes.
Lizzie, if that's
Yeah,
okay.
Sure.
I just want to ask, so I really admire your research, and I just wanted to check, what are your hopes for, or the end goal for, what do you hope to have this research be applicable for? Where do you see it going, like applications moving forward beyond the research?
I think it's interesting just to kind of raise that awareness as well. I think that often people look at like trees as like a green blob on a brown stick, and it's just calling to our attention to kind of actually use our eyes and use our ears and to look at things a bit more and to focus. And I think that's something that we can all benefit from if we pay a bit more attention to what is actually going on around us. I guess the same in music, when we actually sit down and listen to a piece, it's a lot more impactful than if we do 10 other things while we try and listen to it.
Yeah. Further questions? Yes.
Thank you. I have a bit of an ignorant question about songwriting camps for Eurovision. Could you educate us a little bit on that and how that works, and what's the, is there any correlation between what's happening there and the outcomes of the contest? Thanks.
I can have a little bit of a go there. Many broadcasters do organise songwriting camps now, and also in some of the larger Eurovision countries like in Norway and Sweden, you'll find some of the record labels will produce songwriting camps. They get together as many songwriters as they can, and they say, we have maybe these 10 artists who are interested in competing next year. And many countries have national finals with maybe, the Swedish one has 28 different artists, for example, that take place. Can we find songs for these artists? And then we can submit them to the broadcaster and say, we, hopefully get them selected. There's a mixture in the Eurovision Song Contest. Different countries have different methods, some are more commercialized than others. One downside that the community would say about songwriting camp-produced songs is that they tend to be less artistic, less individualistic, and more about producing a well-polished pop sound rather than something that fits to the artist, especially if the artist is not involved in the songwriting camp themselves. On the other side of that, though, if we take the Scandinavian countries, it's a very strong tradition, they do produce incredibly slick pop music. There's one reason why they have done so well in the last few years.
Okay, so I think we're ending our session now. So I'd like to thank all of our science slammers in this first Science Slam session, and thanks for your questions as well. So thanks to Ben, Lauren, Lizzie, and Marika.
So, can I speak in this microphone? Okay, thank you very much. So, we're going to have our second session of Science Slammers, which will be moderated, so to speak, by Professor Catherine Barker. So, before I call Catherine on stage, I would just like to say a few words about her. I'm not going to review her whole very outstanding curricula, but I would just like to point out a few, I think, important facts, which is her current project include relations between war, the military, and popular culture, the cultural politics of international events, including the Eurovision Song Contest, LGBTQ politics and identities since the late Cold War, including queer representations in media and race in the Yugoslav region. So this is among many other things. So I'm sorry, Catherine, for summarizing it. So please welcome Professor Catherine Barker from Hull University, please. Now I would like to call to the stage Anna Hill, Felix Herring, I hope it's the right pronunciation, Felix, Fryerfield, and Kevin Quigley. So please give a round of applause to our second
This is cute.
Wonderful. So thank you very much for inviting me to moderate this second Science Slam panel. And I think we'll carry on the structure much as Tom set out for us. So what I would like to do is invite each of the presenters in order to say a little bit about their research. And then I know there's at least one thing that I want to ask each of you, so I'll get that out of the way. And then I hope we will also have many questions from the audience here and the audience online. Now, I've been told we must take exactly 30 minutes and no more, so I will be looking at Sonia to remind me to wind us up when we are enthusiastically talking. So, if we go in, again, the order that I have been in the programme, that's going to bring us first to Anna.
Hi,
Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, sorry. So yeah, my name's Anna, and I studied a master's at the University of York in management of the creative and cultural industry. And I don't think you probably get many more things that are creative and cultural, and from a managerial perspective than the Eurovision Song Contest. So being managerial, it took the form of looking at the brand management of Eurovision. And it was a very loose sort of piece of work to begin with. My questions were sort of structured around looking at slogans and the postcards and taglines, and that didn't really go anywhere. And a lot with Eurovision, it always tends to focus back to this idea of identity and identity creation. But that is actually something really difficult for a brand. Unlike other mega events such as the World Cup or the Olympics, the content is driven by those organisations, where the content for Eurovision is driven by the national delegations, the audience, especially if you're in a country where the audience vote for your song. So in that respect, Eurovision actually doesn't really have that much control over itself as a brand, as it were. Similarly, it's very interesting that Eurovision means so many different things to so many different people. And I think we maybe here in Western Europe, we kind of generalize a bit that we are LGBTQ friendly, that we're very open-minded, and it's all about community. Where actually what I found was for other participants, that particularly over in the East, the idea of diversity and community actually means many different things. For example, I interviewed one gentleman from Armenia who indicated that his family are very, very conservative, and if anything, it has opened their eyes to our more liberal values potentially over in Western Europe. It has made them more accepting of certain things, but actually they look at Eurovision as a very serious song contest that is there, and they strive to win it. So the other thing that really came out through my conversations, and I must just point out that weirdly one of the people I interviewed was actually Kevin, so small world there, was the idea of this expansion. And every participant I spoke to spoke really fondly about nostalgia and the importance of the history that they had with Eurovision. They were all telling stories about watching it from a young age with friends and family. So when we spoke about the idea of expanding the brand over to the East and to the West, it was very much decided that neither of those sides of the country would have that nostalgia that we have for our Eurovision here, sort of if you're looking at the globe here, sort of dead in the middle. And again, it didn't offer this, the idea of experiencing other cultures, as it were. If you're going to have just an American song contest, but then American culture is already so strong that all you potentially do is create a statewide thing where you're stereotyping these different states. Similarly, over in Asia, it felt that there was potentially a disconnect between all the different cultures, that they don't have this kind of mutual understanding that we have over here, and therefore another reason why potentially that might have failed over in the East. So if I'm being true and honest, I think my study actually made more questions, created more questions than it actually answered. It was also important to highlight that I did actually only interview 7 people, but within that, the difference in opinion between the people who work at Eurovision, who insisted that expansion was driven by these new audiences, that it was something that people wanted, and then the people who were sort of identified as fans, there was a real disconnect between those two groups of people there who believed that expansion could come in other forms. So actually what these people, the fans in other territories, liked was our version of Eurovision because of our nostalgia, because of our connection and our drive for sort of community and diversity. And that the brand therefore could be expanded through other ways, such as social media and other things like that. So it was a very tiny part, and hopefully it will grow into something much bigger in the future. Thank you.
Felix. Okay, so yeah, the microphone is working. So hello, my name is Felix Hering. I'm from Germany, and I've recently graduated from Leipzig University. My subject is European Studies. So first of all, thank you for the invitation to this conference. And because nobody else has said it yet, if you're emotionally involved with some of tonight's semi-finalists, I see a lot of Portuguese here. I'm rooting for Czech Republic, of course. I wish you the best of luck. Hodně štěstí. Let's go academic. So the topic of my master thesis that I'm going to present here is the national self-representation of the post-Yugoslav space in the Eurovision Song Contest. So this year, 3 post-Yugoslav countries actually have to celebrate an anniversary. Bosnia isn't unfortunately joining the party, but Slovenia and Croatia are actually celebrating 30 years at the Eurovision Song Contest. And I hope they'll have something to celebrate, I guess, because they all joined Eurovision back in 1993 in Mill Street. There was also a pre-qualification round, Kvalifikacija sa Mill Street. But that's too much of details here. So my research is actually about what kind of nation branding strategies the states of the post-Yugoslav space are pursuing at the Eurovision Song Contest. I have decided to focus on 4 of these: Serbia, Slovenia, Croatia, and North Macedonia. Fortunately, as I've already said, Montenegro and Bosnia-Herzegovina haven't been with us for some years now. Would be, of course, nice to have them back, but anyways. So my research aims to explain the cultural significance of popular music in the post-Yugoslav area, as well as its interconnection to the Eurovision Song Contest. I have especially looked at examples where this has been a little bit controversial. I think a very famous example is Severina in 2006 with her lovely song, Moja stikla, which caused actually quite a debate in Croatia whether this was turbo folk, and turbo folk is in the Balkans area, of course, something considered as Serbian, and we know Croatia, Serbia. I don't think I have to explain that one. And then after that part, my thesis goes on to analyze the representation strategies of the 4 mentioned countries, especially taking into account also media coverage and also videos published. So what did I find? So when it comes to nation branding, there is one country in the region which has by far the strongest brand, which is Slovenia. They have this I Feel Love nation branding, and you rarely see this in the context with Eurovision Song Contest. I mean, unfortunately, Slovenia hasn't been that. I'm not going to say they are not great. They are great at Eurovision, but they haven't been that successful at the Eurovision Song Contest. And I think in the Slovenian case, we see that they just think sports. I mean, Slovenia is very, very successful in several different sports disciplines. And also nature, tourism is just the more successful way to brand themselves. And I mean, the entire campaign, I Feel Slovenia, is also in this green color, and this also represents Slovenia's closeness to nature. On the other side, looking into Macedonia, Serbia, and also Croatia, these countries do not have really that strong nation brands. I mean, sometimes they've had different campaigns, sometimes they have discontinued campaigns, renewed campaigns. So in this case, they have more of the issue that the nation branding is probably too too underwhelming. Let's call it that way. That's all.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Freya.
Hi, so I'm Freya. I have just finished my degree in furniture and product design at Nottingham Trent University. So I've just finished my dissertation, which is based on the use of visual design within the Eurovision Song Contest. And I think this kind of stemmed from, originally I was going to do the kind of very traditional academic route. And somebody said to me, do your dissertation on something you're passionate about. You're going to be writing it for a long time. You might as well do it on something you enjoy. So I was like, okay, great, perfect. And I found a lot of the time, every time I mentioned to people that I loved Eurovision, and me and my friends get really involved every year, a lot of people are like, oh, it's just political, or it's this, or no, I'm not bothered. And it really kind of annoyed me. And I wanted to kind of prove a point and say, actually, no, it's not political, because, well, we did quite well last year. But there's a lot of other things in that, and I really wanted to kind of bring together that kind of love of design that I have for my degree, and my love of the Eurovision Song Contest, and kind of prove that the visual design actually does make a difference. So I kind of looked into people's opinions. I looked at the public and did a survey that kind of showed over about 85% said that politics definitely played some sort of role within the contest. And then looked into the kind of the visual design, looking at certain entries such as Russian Woman by Maniza, the way that kind of used the stage design with the big Russian doll type costume. Then she kind of breaks out of that and breaks through the stereotypes, and that kind of iconography and the way they use that stage design and the costuming to really push that narrative, and whether that had an impact on people's votes, whether that related to people. And then I also looked at Heroes by Mars Emelo, obviously very famous. And that was quite an interesting one to look into, as well as the kind of use of pre-prepared visuals at the time was quite a new concept. And I think there's quite a little bit of controversy about this, whether it should be allowed. But I've seen actually in the rehearsals at the moment, one of the countries is also using something quite similar to Mons with the little kind of man on the screen. So I think that's really coming through. I think people are really trying to use that, play with that, because they know it's been successful. And then also I looked at Voila by Barbara Pravi, 2021. And the way that kind of used a more subtle approach, the lighting, the camera work, to kind of look at the different angles of visual design, whether it be the staging, the costuming, or the lighting, the camera work, to look at how these different elements can play into that, and whether it affects how much somebody likes a song, whether if you're just listening to it on a streaming platform, do you like a song then, but is it completely, totally elevated by the visuals, and that affects the voting, etc. And I did find through my research that it does play a very considerable have an impact. I think it was around said that the use of visual design through Eurovision would definitely have an impact on something that they were watching. So yeah, hopefully that's what I can use now in case anyone goes, oh, it's very political, and go, actually. But yeah, that's an overview.
Thank you. Now, Kevin, if you could introduce your research to us briefly, we'll have time for questions after that.
Morning, everyone. My name's Kevin. I'm from Ireland. And just before I start, I'm kind of coming to peace with the fact that Sweden is coming for us, and that's fine. I am from Ireland. I currently live in the United States. Flew in yesterday morning. And I teach I'm a language teacher. I also teach what I think is the only high school class on Eurovision in the world, and I'm just going to keep saying it until somebody tells me otherwise. But as far as I know, it is. The class came about. Honestly, it came about out of a place of kind of despair, because I've been in the States for 7 years, and I realized very quickly. Well, number one, no one knows anything about Eurovision, and kind of worse, no one really knows anything about anywhere else. I remember one day I was in a class and I don't know why we were talking about Greece for some reason. I don't even know why we were talking about Greece. And I said, just out of curiosity, does anyone know what the capital of Greece is? Denmark was one of the, and I was okay. So I was like, how can I, so I started introducing my students to Eurovision, and I remember when I remember this moment, it was a really kind of sort of aha moment for me when I was like, so I introduced the songs and, from that year's competition. I remember these two girls were leaving my classroom. This is in this kind of like urban, like low-income school in New England. These two girls were leaving my classroom, and I overheard that one of them turned and said to the other, "Oh, I really like Albania," and her friend said, "Oh, I prefer Montenegro." And I was like, "Oh my God!" Like, I don't care. They don't have to know the capitals or the president or anything or populations. The fact that these kids in this school in New England are acknowledging the existence of like literally anywhere else, like I'll take it as a win. So then I sort of thought, how can I make this? How can I make this maybe develop it so that maybe they actually will know some stuff? So I wrote this, like, well, I was in this moment of despair, like I said, and I could have stayed at home and cried alone, but instead I wrote a course. Thank you very much. I'm here all week. I wrote a course, and so it's been kind of wildly successful, and I think it's wildly successful because students sign up for it because they think that they're just going to sit around and watch music videos, and it turns out that they don't. We start off, just very briefly run through, we start off with World War I, and they all come into class, it's like Eurovision class, and I'm like, Start with World War I, World War II, and the Holocaust, and I think you can't really understand, contemporary Europe without understanding those things. And then we could do a whole unit on Brexit and sort of the British attitude towards Europe and how that's reflected in Eurovision. And we do a unit on soft power. I'm actually taking the week off, and my students are on their own, but we do a unit on Ukraine in the 21st century. And we look at the Orange Revolution and Euromaidan, and then the Russian invasion. We do one on Sarajevo, the siege of Sarajevo. We do one on queer representation in Europe, in Eurovision, which, if you know anything about education in the United States, talking about like anything queer is like, so that's the class. Yeah, we sort of do a unit on kind of reflecting back on our own culture, and I imagine a world in which the US hasn't been invited to participate and wins, and the students have to design a logo for an imaginary US contest. And interestingly, I asked them, I said, what do you think? Because last year there was the American Song Contest, and I was like, what do you think about the American? And they were all like, it's going to be trash. So I think they were aware of like the differences between sort of Europe and America in that regard. And I think it's just lastly to say that the class has been, and I kind of get quite emotional because I have a lot of students in my class who they just don't do well at school, but they do well in my class. And I had student services once come to me and say, you have some students in your class who, during every other class, they're just wandering the hallways because they're so disengaged. But using Eurovision as a sort of a means to kind of introduce students to some really complex and difficult topics. And I will really quickly, just because I'm sure you'll want to hear this, I have all of my students, not just in my Eurovision class, but in all of my other classes, I have them all vote every year. I played all the songs, and it's fun to see which songs they've become attached to. On the plane, I tallied up the results, and it was all pen and paper because I don't understand how to use Google Forms. It was all pen and paper. Just so you guys know, 2 countries this year got 0 points. It was Serbia and Romania. And third place with 243 was Norway. Second place with 267 was Sweden. With 1 point difference, 268 points, Ukraine. They love it. They love it. Anyway, that's me. Thank you.
Great, so maybe we have a preview of the rest of the world votes there. And before I start throwing in any questions, let's see how much interest in questions there is. Sonia, do we have online questions? Not at this stage.
Hi, I have 2. I'll start with Anna. I just wanted to check. So at the end of your speech, you spoke about how this is the first of hopefully something really big and something major. I just wanted to check, where do you hope and see this project going? What is that bigger picture you're aiming for?
To be honest, that is a very difficult question, because now I've finished that piece of work as part of my master's, and potentially moving on to a PhD. I think what it is, that combined with an event management degree has shown the importance of community, and also that sometimes having a brand identity, it doesn't actually matter that much as long as whatever that brand or whatever it is that's happening gives you something positive. So I think, when we talk about expansion into these other areas and we say, we potentially disregard them, I think actually any creative output is a good output. If somebody somewhere is being creative and just one person is then inspired off the back of that to do something creative, whether it is to make music, to become involved in events, or just to become more of an integrated part of a community, that's got to be a good thing. And especially with Eurovision, where we celebrate identity. And again, if you, through creative cultures, that helps people to express themselves, I think that's only good. So those are the kind of things that I potentially would be looking to explore in a PhD.
Yeah, that's brilliant. My next question is for Kevin. With the curriculum, you seem to cover a lot of different topics in one kind of curriculum. I wanted to know, how do you balance history, music, and language in your curriculum so it's not overpowering each other?
No, I don't. No, so yeah, no, it's a great question. It's a semester-long class. It really should be a year-long class. I had a whole unit written on Armenia and Azerbaijan, which I had to scrap because I would rather do less and do it well than do too much. Yeah, and it's tricky being in a public school system because you have to hit certain assessments and all this kind of stuff. I just kind of make it up. Basically, my main goal actually is to create a community, and yeah, and I told all my students, that my current crop of students, 4 is the maximum score. It's 1, 2, 3, or 4. I said, you're all going to get 4s, and if you turn in work that's not a 4, then I will work with you in order that you get there. But again, yeah, the main goal is creating community and trying just to have fun and see them engaged.
Great. Okay.
Maybe I don't need a microphone.
Okay, Kevin, it's one for you. What drives your students the most? Is it the music? Is it knowing countries they had never heard about? What drives them the most?
The music really helps. That's the key. But they are curious, and I think that they don't know about these places. They don't know things because no one's teaching them. I don't know what it's like elsewhere, but in the United States, I don't think they teach geography anymore. And I think kids, they want to know. And we'll talk about. Thankfully, I've traveled to most of the countries that are in the competition, so I can talk about my own experience. But they're eager to hear. They want to see like. Sometimes we'll just take a whole class and we'll just show them pictures from like my trip to Georgia or something. But they're curious, and so I think it's curiosity, and then, like I said, the music really kind of binds it all together.
And I think it's just a comment, not a question, a very short one, that at the end of the day, they realize that they themselves as a people are pretty much turned into themselves. At least one of the students was commenting that at the end of your presentation, like, we don't care about anybody else apart from ourselves. And that's, well, it's an interesting realization for a teenager, I would say. And maybe they want to change that. So I'll pass it on to the next person who has a question.
Did Volodymyr have a question?
Volodymyr.
Thanks. It was pretty much the same question, a similar question. What hooks them up most in your classes? And I mean, if you use music as a hook, so what is the next step? What is their journey? How do you navigate cultures or identities of these countries that you were discussing through music and Eurovision entries?
Yeah. I mean, just there's a whole lot. I mean, I could go on and on about it. Just a couple of things, with Russia and Ukraine, for example. One of the things that I do is I look at, particularly in the last 10 years, I look at each Russian and Ukrainian entry and look at how the two countries, there was the Russian twins from 2014, ostensibly threatening an invasion, but looking at kind of trying to understand, or looking at Greece in 2000, I think it was 2000 and I can't remember, when they were basically pleading with the EU to bail them out through the medium of song. But like showing I think the kids, they get excited when they realize that it's not just a song. It's like a song competition. But there's more going on, and each student also has to follow a particular. At the beginning, they have to choose a country, and they have to follow it throughout. And they actually have a song log. They have to listen to every single entry from that country. I know it's hilarious. And then but I asked them they have to start taking notes, and I want them to go a little bit deeper and investigate like the culture of that country, and really kind of. Try and go beyond the superficial, if indeed the country lets them do that through their entries, because some countries,
Okay, Sonia, we may not have time for all the questions we're getting now. Excellent, then probably we will. Excellent.
Hi, as a graphic designer myself and a complete Eurovision nerd, I've been really impressed by the brand identity that's been put together for the UK-Ukraine collaboration this year. I'd be interested to hear your personal favourites in terms of nation branding or Eurovision branding. What do you think has worked particularly well, looking back through your research into how it's been done in the past? That's to all of you.
And please try and keep your answers brief so we can get in as many questions and answers as we can.
I think for me personally, it is this idea of collaboration, particularly this year. You come off Liverpool. I got into Liverpool yesterday at Liverpool Lime Street, and this sense of Ukrainian culture with the songbird is as soon as you get off the train station, it's there. And I think Liverpool has done an incredible job of really welcoming Ukrainian culture into its city. I took a picture yesterday of the 3 flags. I don't know what building it is. That's awful. Sorry. With the Ukrainian flag and the UK flag. And it's everywhere, there's people wearing Ukrainian traditional dress. It made me feel a little bit teary, not gonna lie, because it's such a sort of emotional time, both in the positivity, but, recognizing what is happening in Ukraine at the moment as well. And I think what Eurovision does very well is tastefully and with this element of fun, we are here to have fun, but we have to recognize sometimes the bigger picture that is going on, across Europe as well.
The one that springs to mind for me actually is Austria, 2015. Somebody somewhere was like, let's go with circles, and then they just had a whole just circles everywhere. And then also the for the opening, for the grand final opening, I remember the song Building Bridges. It was so cheesy, and the hosts, the lip syncing was terrible. And every time I watch it, I get kind of emotional because it's as cheesy as it is. That's what we're trying to do, and it's kind of adorable.
I might have to say maybe Portugal 2018. I mean, you could really see that the Portuguese were happy to host it. And I liked especially these maritime symbols, all of these animals of the sea, and also incorporated that into the graphics. I think that was very nice. But 2018 was, for me, in overall, a very nice contest.
I'll just build on what Anna said. I think they've done so well here in Liverpool. Getting off yesterday at Lime Street was it kind of made me a bit emotional as well. I was just a bit wow, it's everywhere. It's so good. And I took my friend who has probably zero interest in Eurovision, to be honest. She just tries for me, I think, to the Eurovision village. And the little, I don't know what they've called it, there's a little kind of street with all the kind of Ukrainian culture. And it was so beautiful. And to see kind of everybody so engaged in it. was really nice. I think they've done such a good job this year, and I'm really enjoying it.
Right, I'll slip in a quick question I've been meaning to ask Felix, if we can next, and that is, if Slovenia were to bring its nation branding to Eurovision, what should it do?
I'm just going through some Slovene national finals. I mean, I'm used to watching Slovene national finals and then seeing that the favorite usually doesn't win. That's a typical pattern in Slovenia. I mean, what comes to my mind right now is their intended 2020 entry by Anna, I think, voda, which means water. I think that would fit really into their nation branding identity, also with some green mountains, forests. I think that would have, I don't know whether this would have gone very far at Eurovision, but I think that would fit to their nation branding. And of course, I mean, I'm Bavarian, like we're in the Alps. Maybe they could also put on something like snow. I mean, there was a song for Junior Eurovision in 2015, Prva Ljubezen, First Love, where this girl was singing in front of snowy mountains and snow coming, like artificial snow coming on the stage. I think something like that would be very nice at Eurovision. Something I don't want to say is like this, I mean, in Germany we call this après-ski music. I think in the Alps we all share a passion for bad Schlager music. I think, please don't, Slovenia, please don't. But yeah, something like that could happen. And of course, I would love Slovenia to win the Eurovision Song Contest. Of course.
Okay, do we have some online questions we need to get in? Sonia.
So our colleague Jorge Cremona from Malta. It's doing a comment. Well done for this initiative for Kevin, and two questions for Kevin. Any reaction from the parents about the course, and how have the older generation reacted to such well-needed course?
Hi, George. Also, just so you know, I'm moving to Malta in August, so we should chat. The parents, you know, I'm really fortunate because I teach language, and you know, in the United States, no one really cares. As long as the kids like come home happy, they're fine. Parents have been, been overwhelmingly positive. I had one student the other day who told me that he and his mom were on a road trip, and he made his mom listen to all the songs and rank them, and she had Azerbaijan at number one. Yeah, I have not had any issues. I've had no complaints. The only issue this year, there's always one country every year that kind of messes us up. The Romanian national final performance was like a little bit inappropriate, but I showed it anyway. But generally fine.
Yes.
Hi, thanks everyone for great presentations. Freya, I'm going to do a really academic thing and ask you to define your terms. You say you want to get people to get away from thinking that it's political. Can you say what you mean by political in that context?
So I think a lot of people, especially in the UK, kind of surrounding Brexit, they think that we're hated, basically. And I kind of wrote quite a lot on this political side of it. And we actually spoke, I interviewed Karen for my dissertation. Thank you, Karen. And we actually spoke about how, especially in the UK, this could be projected by Terry Wogan, maybe. So that's why maybe like older people within the UK might have that that perception of the contest. But nowadays, what kind of with Graham Norton, he's got a lot more of a liberal approach. And I think a lot more people our age are kind of coming around to it and see it for what it is. And it's just a really nice celebration of culture and music, and which I like. But then there's also kind of the side of it where, is it political or is it cultural, which is quite kind of a harsh debate. Because a lot of things, I think one of the examples I used was Jedward. Jedward were already known in England and the UK before they performed at Eurovision. So were they kind of getting votes, and did they do so well because it was political, or was that just a cultural thing because everybody in the UK knew Jedward from X Factor and thought they were really cool twins with hair? Was that kind of the basis for the voting, or was it actually, oh no, we're going to vote for Ireland because they're next to us and we love Ireland, kind of that sort of thing, and those kind of relationships between the countries?
I think there's a question right in the middle.
Thank you. My question is for Kevin. My name is Ricardo, and I'm an ESL teacher in the Portuguese school board system. And I was wondering, I'm also a PhD candidate, and what I'm researching is the intrinsic motivation of popular culture in ESL teaching, ESL teaching and learning. And what you're doing is very interesting, but where you're doing it is new. Here in Europe, I don't know if this is a Portuguese thing or more pan-European thing, but there's a very disparaging outlook towards Eurovision. Now, I'm trying to motivate students or junior high school students, which are the students that I teach, which is the age group that I teach, to participate in the research that I'm doing. And when I publicized this, I felt compelled to omit the term Eurovision, because amongst teenagers in Portugal, it's kind of not cool. How can you make Eurovision a teaching tool in Europe?
It's really hard. I mean, I teach in the States, and I think I can get away with a lot because I have an accent. And so that's helpful. And Eurovision doesn't have to, I mean, they don't know what it is. So they're, everything that they're hearing about it is coming from me. So I have that. It's kind of unfortunate. Maybe I can answer that next year once I've been in Malta for a year. Although I imagine the Maltese are a bit more enthusiastic about Eurovision than the Portuguese are in general. But I use it, so I have that class, but I also use it in my language classes, and I'm happy to talk about how I do that. I do it, my approach as far as language teaching is communicative language teaching, and I use it as a tool in those language classes as well. But that's a sort of a whole other thing which we can happy to talk about afterwards.
One more question. Okay.
Hi, my question is for Freya. With the findings of your research, with looking at this visual design stuff, what advice would you give to someone going into Eurovision and looking at how to use the tools that you found of visual design to promote their stuff and get further in the competition?
I think a lot of it is it's down to kind of that narrative. I mean, fair enough, a lot of entries kind of just want to do a nice little pop song that's going to be a bit of an earworm, which again kind of relating to what Ben was saying about the order. Then it's kind of like, oh, you want that to be an earworm so it sticks in someone's memory. But then if you look at kind of Russian Woman, that song as it was a strong song, but it was completely elevated by that performance and that kind of cultural narrative behind it, which I think can really boost an entry, especially with I guess we're very ignorant in the UK as we don't really speak many other languages. But if your song is completely in your language and it's not very interpretable to people, that use of visual design is kind of imperative then to get that message across and can really make the difference, I think, throughout the contest.
Right, on that note, then I think we're going to have to wrap up because I'm seeing musicians at the back of the room as well. So if there's more questions, that's also what coffee is for. So please can we congratulate all of our panelists.
So thank you very much to our science to the second session. We will have a very brief break of 5 minutes whilst the voting is still on. So you have coffee and tea and some refreshments on the ground floor. Please don't take more than 5 minutes, okay? So then we will come up and deliver the prize for the winner. I'll see you in 5 minutes.
So the big moment has arrived. We had a very exciting science slam, not only in terms of presentations that we all enjoyed a lot, but as in Eurovision, in the last moment also the performance counts and how it looks on stage. And I was sitting there following the votes, almost getting a heart attack, because we were about to have a Cliff Richard moment. But then in the end, it turned out to be a Lulu, Lenny Kur, Frida Boccara, and Salome moment with two speakers. So we have two winners for the first time in the Eurovision Conference. We had 530 votes coming in. And the two winners, each with 113 votes, are Freya Field and Kevin Quigley. So please come on stage. We have prepared some wonderful prizes for you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you so much. So we have a wonderful quiz book for preparing maybe your next classes. And we have this academic book from Portugal with lots of interesting research on music. So a big applause for the two winners of this year's Science Slam.
So now it's time to announce our second musical interlude with Liverpool Hope University students, Jamie Clements, vocals and piano, Dan Convery, guitar, and Lewis Young, guitar too. So please jump into the stage and we hope you enjoy.
Hi, we're going to play a song. I'm Jimmy, and this is Lewis, and this is Dan, and we're going to play a song by Jack Johnson, and it's called Better Together. So hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
There's no combination of words I can put on the back of a postcard. No song that I could sing, but I could try for your heart. Our dreams, and they made out of real things, like a shoebox of photographs with sepia tone loving. Love is the answer, at least for most of the questions in my heart, like why we're here and where do we go and how come it's so hard. Love is the answer, at least for most of the questions in my heart, like why we're here and where do we go and how come it's so hard. It's always better when we're together. Yeah, we'll look at the stars when we're together. Yeah, it's always better when we're together. Yeah, it's always better when we're together. And all of these moments just might find their way into my dreams tonight. But I know that they'll be gone when the morning light sings that brings new things. 'Cause tomorrow night you'll see that they'll be gone too. Too many things I have to do. But if all of these dreams might find their way into my day-to-day scene, I'll be under the impression I was somewhere in between, with only two, just me and you. Not so many things we got to do, or places we got to be. We're sipping in the mango tree now. Yeah, it's always better when we're together. Yeah, we'll look at the stars when we're together. Yeah, it's always better when we're together. Yeah, it's always better when we're together. I believe in memories, they look so pretty when I sleep. But then, when I wake up, you look so sleeping next to me. But there is not enough time, and there is no song I could sing, and there is no combination of words I could say. But I'll still tell you one thing, we're better together. Oh, oh. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hey. So thank you very much to our musicians, and we're going to have a panel, Eurovision Optimism, remembering Robert Tobin. So before calling our participants, I would like just to say a few words about Robert Tobin, for those of you who haven't heard about him. So Robert Tobin was one of the first Eurovision research scholars whose work inspired many more to come. We, the Eurovisions team, had the pleasure of having him as an invited speaker in our 5th conference held in Turin last year. Unfortunately, he would pass away shortly after this event. So today, to perpetuate his memory as a proeminent academic, teacher, and outstanding human being, we will have Karen Fricker, Ivan Rijkhoff, Paul David Flood, and Peter Rieberg, and I will call them on stage now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the warm introduction, and to the Eurovisions team for being open to the idea of us organizing this panel here today. And it's such a pleasure to be here in the joyous context of the Eurovision Song Contest and the amazing context of Eurovision studies to have the chance to remember Bob Tobin. My name is Karen Fricker, and I'm an adjunct professor in dramatic arts at Brock University in Ontario, Canada, a theater critic at the Toronto Star newspaper, and a Eurovision scholar for these past 18 or so years. Also on this panel, and I will introduce them more fulsomely in due course, are Ivan Rijkhoff, Paul David Flood, and Peter Rieberg. Could I have the first slide, Erwin? Thank you. On this panel, we will be honoring and celebrating the work and legacy of Robert Tobin, a fellow Eurovision scholar and dear friend who, as you've heard, passed away last August from a brief but serious illness. For many of us here, Bob's Eurovision scholarship may be familiar. Indeed, Bob was a vibrant presence, as he always was, at the Eurovisions conference last year in Turin. But some of you may not be familiar with Bob and his scholarship, and some of you might be new to Eurovision scholarship. And so this is also an opportunity to really look at how our field has developed over the last 20 years and Bob's role in it. The idea for this panel grew out of conversations between Yvonne, Peter, and me as we continue to process the shock of losing Bob. Yvonne was Bob's husband and frequent collaborator in Eurovision studies. We agreed that the best way to remember him is to embrace his spirit of positivity, curiosity, and vivacity by creating new knowledge about this contest that we all love so much. On this panel, after my introduction, where I'm going to talk a little bit more about Bob, Yvonne will present a paper, and this is special content, people, that Bob was working on before he passed away, called Tourism and Identity in the Caribbean Song Contest, All for One, 2013 through 15. And then Peter and Paul will offer short papers responding to the question, what's the next big thing in Eurovision studies? Bob was deeply committed to teaching and mentorship, about which I'll speak more in a bit. And in this spirit, we invited Paul, an emerging Eurovision scholar, to join the panel. After the presentations, which we want to bring in sharpish, we look forward to a discussion with all of you about the ideas presented today, because this is all about the debate, it's all about the ideas, it's all about creating knowledge together. I'm going to kick off by offering an overview of Bob's engagement with Eurovision. This story is also Yvonne's, and I owe much of what I'm going to share with you to several extended Zoom conversations with Yvonne over the last couple of weeks, which were a great pleasure and also a form of solace. Bob, and there he is in jubilant form, received his undergraduate degree from Harvard University and a PhD from Princeton University, both in German literature. As his career developed, his scholarship came to sit, as he elegantly described it, at the intersection of German and LGBTQ+ studies. That work includes several volumes: Warm Brothers, Queer Theory and the Age of Goethe from 2000, and Peripheral Desires, The German Discovery of Sex, 2015, and many papers, colloquia, research projects, courses, and research supervisions. Yvonne is a musicologist, and between them it was Yvonne who first discovered Eurovision. We're all North Americans. Peter's based in North America. He is in fact German. So Yvonne discovered Eurovision as a graduate student in San Diego when a housemate from the UK turned him on to the contest and fed his need by bringing back VHS tapes from the UK after the contest each year, because that's when it was, people. Bob was then in his first academic position at Whitman College in Washington State, and he was interested in the contest too, but at that point, neither thought it was something they would explore academically. The 1998 contest changed all that. Quote, Dana International was our shared starting point, Yvonne told me. Yvonne presented 2 ESC papers in the next 2 years, one called Eurovision and the Politics of Kitsch at the International Association for the Study of Popular Music Conference in 1998, and another about transgender pop stars in Germany, Turkey, and Israel at the American Musicological Conference in 2020. Though his and Bob's interest in the contest as an object of study was growing, Yvonne said it still felt like a side hobby at that point because it was not considered a legitimate topic of research. While they, amongst others, have done much to legitimate Eurovision studies in the intervening 20+ years, the memory is fresh for Yvonne of his bio being read at the American Musicological Association conferences before a talk, and the line in there about Eurovision gets a little chuckle, like, isn't that adorable? Some of us may have shared this experience in other serious scholarly contexts. With the 50th anniversary of Eurovision approaching in 2007, Bob and Yvonne decided to edit a collection of essays about the contest and put out a call for papers in late 2004. Using his academic expertise and networks to bring together scholars from different fields, Bob convened a panel at the 2004 Modern Language Association conference called Performing Gender on the Margins of Europe. 6 months later, Bob and Yvonne convened 2 Eurovision panels at the 2005 International Association for the Study of Popular Music Conference in Rome, from whence comes this photo. Could I have the next slide, please? Oh, there we go. And there we have baby Bob on the left and Yvonne on the right. Their Bach A Song for Europe, Popular Music and Politics in the Eurovision Song Contest, appeared in 2007 and was a milestone in our field as the first collection in English about Eurovision. Contributions came from musicology, TV studies, gender studies, language, and area studies. Bob's chapter, entitled Eurovision at 50, Post-Wall and Post-Stonewall, was his first academic publication on Eurovision and established his characteristic positivity about the contest. Eurovision, he wrote, especially as it has developed since the 1990s after the fall of the Berlin Wall, offers a model for European citizenship that is particularly amenable to needs that are present in queer populations and communities, a model of citizenship that ultimately relies on the possibility of camp performances of identity, end quote. Some subsequent writers have taken issue with this optimism, pointing out the continuing stigmatization of and bias against LGBTQ peoples, particularly trans people, in different national, geographical, and socio-political contexts. We're trying to remember who said that, and it might have been you, Catherine, but we're not sure. We're here for the debate. That was something that these questions and these queries and these contestation of his positivity was something that Bob considered deeply and kept on coming back to in subsequent years. Considering these questions vis-a-vis Eurovision was a point of reflection and consideration about his own perspective and privilege as a cis white gay man. A Song for Europe, again, I brandished it before you, Peter Rayberg's copy, if you give it back to me now, helped catalyze the consolidation of Eurovision studies. As Bob and Yvonne's story demonstrates, our generation of Anglophone Eurovision scholars came to the field from different disciplines, and before the early 2000s, there was little communication or cohesion amongst those working on the contest. But around the time of the publication of A Song for Europe, and subsequently, dedicated Eurovision studies conferences started to pop up. I met Peter at a queer Eurovision conference in 2007 in Helsinki. There was an important gathering in Volos, Greece in 2008, and I am sure others can remember Eurovision conferences that they attended from that time. I started my Eurovision research journey as a postdoctoral project at Trinity College Dublin, studying Irish Eurovision fandom. I clearly remember picking up the copy of A Song for Europe that I'd ordered for the library at Royal Holloway, University of London, where I had my first academic job. The book put wind in my sails as I built a research project on Eurovision and the New Europe with Milja Glujovic. Things were really starting to happen in Eurovision studies. Finally, a body of research to cite and bounce off of. An exciting relay of ideas started up, which continues to this day with this conference, which has taken our field to another level again with its recurrent nature and its focus on emerging scholarship. Bob's engagement with the ESC continued after the publication of A Song for Europe, largely through his teaching, for which it was a rich resource. In 2008, Bob moved from Whitman College to Clark University in Massachusetts to take up the Henry J. Lear Chair in Foreign Languages and Cultures. At the time Bob was hired in his department, they were trying to create a course called the National Imagination to bring all of its majors who were studying different languages in the modern language department together to take a course at the same time. Bob argued in his interview that bringing Eurovision content into such a course could be a really powerful way to do that, and he got the job. And Bob and Yvonne believed that this was part of what helped him get the job, the fact that he could teach Eurovision. And so while on the one hand, we have Eurovision being something that still gets giggled at conferences, we have Eurovision studies as a selling point for a German and LGBT studies scholar to get a named chair. I find that inspiring. Bob's research and teaching was always developing in tune with the times. In the early 2000s, he became interested in the ways in which queerness and gay identity are translated from Germany and the West globally, an interest that drew on and fed his Eurovision research. More recently, he focused on the right wing through a project about gender, race, and class from fascism to the new right. He was working on a book project in this area when he died. Alongside this, he always kept up with Eurovision studies. In January 2021, he gave a paper at the Modern Language Association Conference Online about Eurovision in Israeli queer cinema. This is where we get into the fun photo portion. Bob and Yvonne started to attend the contest in Malmö in 2012. There they are in the arena, presenting at a conference at the University of Malmö. There's another slide there from Malmö, I think. There we go. They came back multiple times in the subsequent years to Vienna. Next slide. And yes, that is my sister. Kiev, Lisbon, and yes, that's us and our friend Apostolos having dinner. And last year in Turin. And there's two slides there. Thank you. Dinner again there with Peter. And this last slide is Bob in a role that he relished, Eurovision pundit, giving an interview to Al Jazeera. Last year's Eurovision conference included the launch of the volume, The Eurovision Song Contest as a Cultural Phenomenon, From Concert Halls to the Halls of Academia, co-edited by Adam Dubin, Dean Vulicek, and Antonio Obregon. As part of the launch of the book, Bob offered a presentation about his chapter, Queer Camp Against Franco, Ivan Zulietta's Eurovision Song Contest parody, Endos Trace, a version of which he first presented at the Malmö conference in 2013. The chapter finds Bob in typically positive form, optimistically suggesting a path for rethinking the political possibilities of camp and popular music through an argument about Endos Trace, throwing how specifically the ESC can provide a platform for thinking political and cultural issues. At this point, it's time for me to stop talking and to let Bob's ideas take center stage. And so I'm going to hand over to Yvonne to introduce and present Bob's paper about the Caribbean Song Contest, All for One. To briefly introduce Yvonne, but beyond what I've already said, Yvonne Rakoff is Associate Professor of Music at the New School in New York, where he teaches courses on musical history, musical theory, film music, and interdisciplinary arts. His scholarly work focuses on musical performance, popular culture, and perceptual practices in the arts. Following on from A Song for Europe, which he co-edited with Bob, he published the monograph Another Song for Europe, Music, Taste, and Values in the Eurovision Song Contest in 2021, an excellent and necessary book focusing on the contest's music. He didn't want me to praise it, but I just did. Over to you, Yvonne.
Thank you so much, Karen, and Paul and Peter for being here, and everybody who's here live and virtually. It's such an honor, and it's such a privilege, and it's so comforting in a way, in a very deep way, to be able to share Bob's work and share our appreciation for his enthusiasm for the contest over these decades leading up to our work today. And it's just I want to recognize this moment and the contributions that we're all making to this field going forwards. What I can share with you today is unpublished, unfinished project that Bob was working on for about 2 years before last summer. And it's called Tourism and Identity in the Caribbean Song Contest, All for One. And this was a sort of Eurovision style song competition in the Caribbean with a certain number of participating nations. From 2013 to 2015, the television network Martinique La Première hosted this show, which was the brainchild of Martinique-based producers Jocelyn Vautour and Michel Traoré. Over these 3 years, 13 countries participated in at least one time in the contest. These countries are Barbados, Cuba, Dominica, the Dominican Republic, Guadeloupe, Guyana, Haiti, Jamaica, Martinique, Montserrat, St. Lucia, St. Martin, and Trinidad and Tobago. Aside from celebrating the very rich musical traditions of this part of the world, the All for One show demonstrated 2 extra musical agendas. First, the promotion of tourism, and second, a political rhetoric of strengthening the supranational unity among the diverse nations of the Caribbean. In this way, All for One resembles Eurovision, which also negotiates between core values of national or regional identity and varied commercial interests, including international tourism. Both contests also reveal a deeper undercurrent of social and economic issues through certain entries each year. A few differences to note between All for One and Eurovision. Each country was represented by one solo singer who sings 2 songs, a slow song and then later an up-tempo song. There is no public voting. There is one judge from each participating country, but they don't vote for their own country's song. Most of the songs are original, but in the 2013 contest, the singer from Cuba covered Adele's Someone Like You, and the singer from the Dominican Republic sang Celine Dion's To Love You More. There did not seem to be a time limit on the songs. In the 2013 contest, some performances were up to 6 minutes long. And the host announced the show in not 2, but 3 languages, English, French, and Spanish. Here's a clip from the beginning of the 2013 contest.
Can we watch it later? Can we move on and watch it towards the end of the paper? Or
Well,
you need it for the...
yeah, that's
okay.
Show the parts. By the way, since I wanted to ask you a question about your presentation, made me think about Eurovision as an American. And two of us are Americans, and Bob, of course, was American. So the idea of Eurovision studies as something that Americans would be interested in has always been a factor, a kind of a question for us. Yeah, I'm just ad-libbing here for the moment, but it was odd to be the two Americans who sort of put together this book, the collection of essays. And one of our contributors, Lutzard Mutzers from Holland, said memorably, I think at the Rome conference, that Europeans had such shame about Eurovision. European scholars had such a feeling of shame that it was not accepted as a field of study back then. And these two Americans came and sort of made it possible. I thought that was hyperbolic, of course, but also kind of like revealing about values and academic structures, both here in Europe and back in the United States.
Do you think that's still the case, Catherine? Do you feel like respect for you as a Eurovision scholar has grown, recognition that it's a thing?
I think it has, yeah. I think one of the things which probably turned on that in, certainly Britain was 2014 and Conchita. And, once it started being apparent that actually there were so many of these big geopolitical or sexual discourses, which people were using Eurovision as a way to communicate about and also respond to after she won, and everyone was talking about it, in the context, of course, of Russia's invasion of Crimea, the Sochi Olympics, and the Russian anti-LGBTQ festivals before that. I think then it started having a kind of visible political seriousness, and I think after this year, after what we was winning on the Ukraine and all of the country vote back here, I think we're probably going to see that step up another So it's certainly
Do you think we're going to be able to sort it out? Okay, we'll try again.
I mean, I was just thinking, it is certainly about the topic of Eurovision in particular, but it's also very much about a very different academic culture. And, the Anglo-American brand of cultural studies has just a different history and fate in continental Europe, and came much later and from a very different intellectual tradition. We have sound.
Okay, maybe let's try the clip again. Thank you, Irving.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to All for One Caribbean. I am your host, G Money.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonsoir. Nous vous souhaitons la bienvenue dans la première édition de All for One Caribbean. Je me prénomme Dina. Bienvenidos, señoras y señores, para la primera edición de All for One Caribbean. Yo soy Dina.
Tonight, we come from Martinique, from the beautiful Aimé Césaire Auditorium, where we have 9 singers from 9 islands competing. Tonight, our singers will be backed by the All for One Band.
Et pour nous aider à faire ce magnifique voyage dans l'archipel caribéen, nous avons choisi comme commandant de bord musical, mesdames et messieurs, Guy-Marc Vadeleux.
All for One was closely tied to travel and tourism. Air Caribe was the primary sponsor of the show. So at the beginning of the 2013 broadcast, we see their logo and their island destinations mapped out in the shape of a heart with an arrow pointing towards Paris across the Atlantic. The next clip, which has no sound. St. Lucia won the 2013 contest with Mongstar's St. Lucia We Love, an upbeat dance tune celebrating the many attractions and virtues of the island nation. In this clip, you hear Mongstar mentions traveling to and fro, among places on St. Lucia, but he also emphasizes the sense of unity that inspires the contestants in the show and the audience watching the show in the hall there in Martinique.
St. Lucia, we born and grow. Been traveling to and fro. Met this girl from Derry, so that's why we sing this song, Rococo. I raise up in Fua show. Have to use my name and Diego. Pick up people from Cicero, all my people from Marigo sing. St. Lucia, we love. St. Lucia, we love. St. Lucia, we love. Tell them. All together. Mama. Papa. Tell them. Show some love, show some unity for your people. Martinique to the moon, Martinique. Look, tonight is not about me. It's not about you. It's about all of us. We are together as one. One for all. Martinique to the moon,
The music video for St. Lucia We Love could easily serve as the soundtrack for a marketing campaign by the country's tourist agency. But it also alludes to everyday economic conditions as it shows Mong Star flying overseas for a job, which is depicted in brief black and white shots. He really wants to return home to his island, even asking the pilot to turn the plane around. Next clip.
Travel all over the world, there is no place as sweet as home. Yeah. I got a call from overseas, said I should leave it today, but I must come back, I must come back. Everyone is waving goodbye cause I'm flying away, but I must come back, I must come back. Pull the pilot to turn the plane around, cause I must come back, I must come back. Go to the street jam, that's what we like. Freaky on a Friday night, later in the evening, gravity we clubbing. She tell me today we Saturday, let's go then we tonight and eat some fish. Then we'll go down to Fuye, then the Peters all the way up there. Sky rise we all up in the air. When we gliding down the people chair, everybody clapping hands and they shouting out, and you hear them say, St. Lucia we love, Mama, St. Lucia we love, Papa, St. Lucia we love. Tell them St. Lucia we love, all together St. Lucia we love, Mama, St. Lucia we love, Papa, St. Lucia we love, all together St. Lucia we love.
Haiti's entry came in third place in the 2013 contest. Darlene Desca sang her song Prophétie in Creole. The title translates as prophecy, and the message of the song's lyrics is quite different from what imagines from its melodious phrases and gentle groove. As one review explains, this song is, quote, about a torn, divided Haiti, plagued by all kinds of problems, sinking deeper and deeper into the abyss of social, political, and economic instability. A country on the verge of a socio-political explosion, not far from a kind of apocalypse, unquote.
Pendant y'a détruit tout ça sous lit, yo dit y'a levé nous à payer oui, sous coupe la porte yo sous li wo wo wo. Ça va connaître même si y'a fait nous souffrir, nous pas jamais les gains. Yo jou y'a suspend pas nous mentir, n'a sorti dans vétrin. Apocalypse la gen pou l'vive, vive, vive. Dragon ap suspend crache di fe. Sak zombifiye ou pral eleve. Ya kampe kote bon Dieu, wo 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 wo.
Now, the music video for Prophecy makes these meanings evident by juxtaposing Deska singing the song with scenes of protests, violence, and destruction in Haiti. We see crowds, riot police, tear gas, looting, burning tires, and someone holding a sign that translates, "I'm hungry, I need to eat."
Même si a fait nous souffrir, nous pas jamais again. Yon jou y a suspend ba nous menti, na sorti nan pétrin. Apocalypse la gen pour rive. Dragon a suspend craché du feu. Zombifié au bras l'élevé. Y'a campé pour manger. Wow, 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 wow,
While these two songs from the inaugural All for One contest reveal deeper real-life currents behind the entertainment show, the primary message of the competition was identity and unity within and across the Caribbean. Serge Letchimy, then the president of the Regional Council of Martinique, spoke during the show about the importance of rallying the Caribbean people to unite, and he specifically emphasized the artistic inspirations behind this sense of community. The next slide, please. You are Caribbean through emotions, through sensations, through music and culture. All for One lasted only 3 seasons. Perhaps the contest did not contribute to Caribbean unity as much as some of the founders had hoped. Perhaps the economic and touristic needs of the islands differed so much that it did not really help with marketing or nation branding either. Still, the contest provides an insight into national and regional identities, the role of culture in creating those bonds and belongings, and the deeper social and political undercurrents they always carry. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you, Bob. Now we're going to hold any questions till the end. And now we're going to have what we're calling a round table, but it's just a square, pretty much. Basically, the provocation to Paul and Peter was, what's the next big thing in Eurovision studies? Or what do you think are the pressing issues that you think we need to be looking at around the contest going forward? So Paul David Flood is going to lead off. I will introduce him. Paul is a US-based musicologist whose research explores intersections of genre, geopolitics, and identity in global popular and avant-garde musics after 1945. He is currently pursuing a PhD in musicology from the Eastman School of Music, where he teaches 20th and 21st century music history. His dissertation research, inspired by his lifelong passion for the Eurovision Song Contest, will explore Europop since 1989 as a transnational network through which queer and racialized communities in Europe perform and renegotiate understandings of Europeanness, critiques of the European project, and notions of belonging across European and Euro-diasporic cultural spaces. His paper today is titled, "Can You Hear Them? Performing Intersectional Queer Identities on the Eurovision Stage." To you.
Thanks so much, Karen, for the intro. Oh yes. How about now? Great. Thanks so much, Karen, for the introduction, and to the three of you for inviting me to be here today, and to the organizers for having us. It's a tremendous honor to be here, especially in honor of Robert Tobin. It's an honor I take very seriously. That said, when Karen and Yvonne prompted me to write a paper responding to the question, what's the next big thing in Eurovision studies, I thought back to last year's Eurovision Thunder and Lightning Talks, organized by our Australian colleagues Jess Carniel and Chris Hay, where a handful of Eurovision scholars discussed Eurovision's turn to the US through the American Song Contest. This turn to the US, or the Americas writ large, represented ongoing discussions about Eurovision's transatlanticism. Dean Volitik has addressed the Americanization of Eurovision, a process through which the contest has come to reflect US-American cultural influences which, according to Volitik, united Western European viewers more than any other cultural trend throughout the late 20th century. As Eurovision has become increasingly influenced by both US American culture and Western social progressivism, the EBU has sought to expand Eurovision as an international brand through not only the American Song Contest, but also initiatives including Eurovision Asia, Eurovision Canada, and Eurovision Latin America. Eurovision studies over the past 2 decades has reasonably paid much attention to questions of nation, Europeanness, and queerness. The American Song Contest, however, prompted us to consider politics of representation and identity in ways that, 1, are not necessarily mediated by the nation, and 2, consider a more intersectional definition of queerness. I propose that Eurovision's increasing appeal to American audiences and the influence from the Americas in such a way that positions the context within Paul Gilroy's framework of the Black Atlantic, and the recent rise of right-wing governance and racially motivated violence across Europe should prompt us to broaden our understanding of queerness on the Eurovision stage to include those marginalized on the basis of race and ethnicity. Queerness in this sense, queerness in its sort of verb definition, as theorized by American political scientist Cathy Cohen, is defined by one's positions within social, cultural, and political power dynamics. Queerness acknowledges modes of resistance against those power dynamics, celebrates various modes of alterity, and represents both transgression and survival from a normative society perpetuating heteronormativity and white protectionism. Eurovision offers Europeans and racially and ethnically marginalized groups a platform on which to embrace a radical liberatory politic and subvert popular notions of both national and European identity. These communities have for far too long been relegated not outside but beneath social and academic discourses of national and queer identity in Europe. Their musics inform the sounds of what sociologists Philip Ayub and David Paternotte call the Rainbow Europe, wherein the European experience is characterized by Europe's reputation as a place for the promotion and furthering of LGBTQ+ rights. Despite this, racialized Europeans are erased by social and legislative measures of colorblindness, which do active harm to racialized communities through its advancement of white protectionism under the guise of social progressivism. Fatima El Tayeb, a historian of race and migration in Europe, notes that the inherent whiteness of Europe and European identity is bolstered by this colorblindness, placing the identities of non-white migrants to Europe, and especially second and third generation Europeans, into precarity. She writes that, quote, the continued inability or rather unwillingness to confront, let alone overcome, the glaring whiteness underlying Europe's self-image has rather drastic consequences for migrants and minority communities routinely ignored, marginalized, and defined as a threat to the very Europe they are a part of. Their presence usually only acknowledged as a sign of crisis and forgotten again in the ongoing construction of a new European identity, end quote. Through music, queer Europeans challenge these unspoken mechanisms of exclusion by bringing their forgotten histories to the fore, making space for themselves in Europe and as European. These communities' modes of sonic world-making through the 21st century have been documented by music scholars working across Europe. For example, Ukrainian-American ethnomusicologist Adriana Helbig highlights how Afro-Ukrainian hip-hop and reggae allow Africans to stake claims for themselves in Ukrainian society. Like Black musicians in Western Europe, African musicians in Ukraine, according to Helbig, quote, capitalize on the popularity of US popular music genres associated with African Americans, conflating the widely marketed stereotype of African American as musician to localize their social acceptance via Ukrainian folk idioms, end quote. Similarly, ethnomusicologist Ryan Skinner's recent monograph, Afro-Sweden, highlights the ongoing Afro-Swedish Renaissance, wherein Afro-Swedes have been turning to artistic practices to contest historical narratives of Sweden's whiteness amid upticks in racially motivated violence. In both instances, Afro-Ukrainians and Afro-Swedes embrace the radical liberatory politics of queerness through musical practice. Musical expressions of such differences are, of course, no stranger to the Eurovision stage. Ivan Rakoff, in his 2021 monograph, notes that through rhythms, tonalities, and voices, Eurovision has staged minority and multicultural identities with a focus on musical representations of Africa and Islam, as well as cultural constructs of masculinity. Catherine Baker, in a blog post following the 2021 grand final, noted that while 2021 saw a record number of Black performers on the Eurovision stage in one season, all of these performers scored lower than fans and bookies expected prior to Eurovision week. Baker argues that, quote, the contest communities do need to confront the likelihood that racism is having an effect on how audiences react to Black performers at Eurovision, and in even more subtle ways than viewers deciding not to vote for a Black singer because they're overly prejudiced. Eurovision's cardinal sin, end quote. In spite of this, recent editions have seen more performances by Black Europeans and of Black American genres, often informed by lyrics and visuals pointing to political, cultural, and/or social dissent, resistance, or perseverance. Both Sweden and Ukraine, for example, have been represented by such entries. Sweden's representatives from 2019 through 2021, Jon Lundvik with Too Late for Love, the Mamas with Move, and Tusse with Voices, were all Afro-Swedes who were chosen by the Swedish public to represent Sweden on Eurovision's international stage with soul pop entries, combining contemporary gospel and soul music's aesthetics and idioms with secular lyrics and a top 40 radio-friendly pop sound. Gospel and soul music's popularity among white Swedes is not due to its historic origins in Black American struggle in the Black church, but instead due to its affective and sonic qualities. By reclaiming gospel and soul music's appropriation from Black America into white Sweden, Lundvik, the Mamas, and Tusse each serve as representative voices for Afro-Swedes and the Afro-Swedish Renaissance, per Skinner, on the Eurovision stage, challenging notions of who gets to be not only Swedish, but European among an international audience. Aside from roots in Black American religious culture, Black American genres such as hip-hop have often been vehicles for social and political messaging across the world. Ukraine is no exception, as last year's winning entry Stefania by the Ukrainian folk and hip-hop group Kalush Orchestra demonstrates that not only can hip-hop entries be successful on the Eurovision stage, but they can be instilled with messages of nationalism, perseverance, and cultural prosperity that resonates with Ukrainians at home and abroad, as well as with Eurovision's global audience. Stefania's victory speaks to both the strength of Ukrainian hip-hop's utility for carrying and portraying socio-political message and the transatlantic circulation of Black American genres into the post-Soviet cultural sphere, and how these genres, hip-hop in particular, have been appropriated and recontextualized in their new national contexts. This year's Ukrainian entry, Heart of Steel by Tvorchi, fronted by Nigerian-Ukrainian singer Jeffrey Kenny, won the public vote during Ukraine's national selection for Eurovision 2023. Heart of Steel is a poignant entry for Ukraine amid the war. Like Stefania, it portrays similar notions of nationalism, perseverance, and cultural prosperity in its smooth hip-hop sound and verses in both English and Ukrainian. Moreover, Ukraine's choice of an Afro-Ukrainian voice to represent the nation amid war is striking and may well offer insights into current race relations, not only in Ukraine, but in the post-Soviet sphere and Europe altogether. By framing this call for Eurovision scholars to consider race and ethnicity on the Eurovision stage under the question of the next big thing, I hope it's not reductive. These queered European bodies, voices, and communities have always been with us and will continue to be with us and make their presence known on Europe's biggest stage. These are not subjects of a performative academic trend, but instead real lives and voices calling out to be heard. Our recent discussions of Eurovision's Americanization, as well as our perspectives on race and identity in non-European contexts, should prompt us to consider how Afro-Europeanness is defined and maintained on the Eurovision stage, and how Black American musical genres have assisted with these world-making performances in the face of rampant white protectionism throughout the continent. Eurovision Studies has not only an opportunity, but a responsibility to listen to the voices of Black European scholars and practitioners who've insisted that we reconsider our frameworks of nation and queerness to include the racialized others who contribute to contemporary Europe's cultural fabrics, but whose voices are silenced by Europe's white majority and left unheard by Eurovision's global viewership. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Paul. Finally, Peter Rehberg is a writer, critic, and curator who holds a PhD in literature from New York University. He published 2 novels and a collection of short stories and also writes regularly for the German media. In his critical work, he focuses on queer theory, media studies, and queer visual culture. Since fall 2022, he has been appointed as DAAD professor in the Department of East European, Asian, and German Studies at the University of Cincinnati. His paper is called "Did RuPaul Kill Eurovision? The Eurovision Past and the Global Future of the ESC." Peter.
Thank you. Erwin, can you give me the first slide and actually also already the second slide? But yeah, I mean, I have a couple of concerns here with this paper. It relates, I think, to Bob's research, particularly through the question of gay and queer fan culture, the ownership of Eurovision, the rebranding of Eurovision. I changed my subtitle slightly. And in my own research, I'm particularly, can you give me the next slide, please, already? I'm particularly interested in media culture in the 21st century and celebrity culture in particular, and also the question of Eurovision as a global brand, something we've discussed earlier and that Anna presented on. All right, so with its national finals, Eurovision pre-parties and rehearsals, in addition to its rich archive from previous decades, the ESC, beyond the week of the finals, has turned into a continual online and social media event. This more recent media fame of the ESC was not predictable 20 years ago when the ESC started to become rejuvenated by ambitious Eastern European entries after its clinical death in the early 1990s. Kannst du mir das nächste Slide geben? Dankeschön. Arguably, it was first and foremost gay and queer fan culture that co-constituted the shape of Eurovision over the past 20 years and thus worked towards its rebranding for the 21st century. After their first admission into the arena and consequently public visibility on television around 2000, this is the contest of 2000, with their enthusiasm, fans did not only deliver powerful images of the event by emphasizing its participatory character, but their continual interest in the ESC, which, given the notoriously moody support from national TV stations, proved to be crucial to generate and protect its cultural capital. A constellation that, despite Eurovision's entanglement with hegemonic state power and a predominantly heteronormative entertainment industry, also made fans feel that they had ownership of the contest. Kannst du mir die nächste geben, bitte? The gay and queer appropriation of the contest seemed to be even further reinforced by the advent of new media. The marriage between new media and queer fan culture seemed in many ways to be a happy one. No longer would ESC-phobic and heteronormative gatekeepers of media institutions ignore or ridicule the event, which was simultaneously loved by many. A specific subcultural reading of Eurovision in which musical and performative originality were not the only currency, but the sentimental value of the spectacle mattered too, for the longest time, did not dominate the public discourse on the ESC. But now fans were no longer dependent on how media institutions filtered images and information about Eurovision, but created their own platforms to value and celebrate the event. Here, opinions were shared, images and videos would circulate, and polls were being held. Under new media conditions over the course of the 21st century, fan culture became a new and distinct cultural power with its own dynamics and forms that shaped the brand of Eurovision. On the next one, please. The boom of online coverage of the ESC has been not only due to the, at least in this respect, more democratic structure of online media culture. Websites and social media also cater extremely well to the form and structure of Eurovision as it already existed before the internet. The performative character of Eurovision entries could nowhere be captured as successfully as in video clips that would appear on YouTube and TikTok. These videos led to the application of established online genres for the case of Eurovision, like, for example, the first reaction video, which next to the voting simulation video, seems by now the most popular genre of Eurovision videos on YouTube. This leads to a second point. The competitive character of a contest of cultural and musical diversity represents a perfect object for debate on social media platforms. Everybody has an opinion, everybody is an expert. Structures of feelings and identifications are offered to a plethora of intersecting subject positions, which I think not only lead to an expression of a gay fan base, but simultaneously to a de-gaying of the contest. So this is also like a little bit of a post-gay tale that I'm presenting here. Yeah, so, sorry. A quick look at the first reaction video suggests that Eurovision fandom evolves from the perspectives of many different subgroups, gay men being just one of them. Small distinctions in style of popular music have a big potential for self-fashioning and post-Fordist capitalism and its ideology of individualism. The archive of Eurovision is the perfect material for a kind of attachment and a form of fame produced with it, a characteristic of the context of social media. Within the specific attention economy of social media culture, Eurovision performers can become celebrities, and so do the fans that talk about them. Talent and work are being redefined by the mechanisms and effects of online representation. Eurovision culture has created its own influences, most famously Vivi-Blog's William Adams. And the next slide, please. The encounter between Eurovision and social media has effects in both directions. Not only does the particular structure of Eurovision can easily be translated into an online event, but certain features of online success also fall back onto the event itself. I just briefly want to characterize two of the most recognizable forms here. The biggest fear, or from an economic perspective, maybe hope, about success within digital media cultures, also closely connected to global success, of course, is that it produces cultural homogeneity. With Sweden's, including Swedish producers and writers working for other countries than Sweden, abstract and often white global pop, and you gave us an update of that reading already, particularly with reference to the past couple of years. The global pop, this formula, of course, has already a history at Eurovision. Eurovision has never been an independent European art festival beyond commodification, but a very hybrid presentation of different interests, including using it as a marketing platform for national music industries. Digital media and social networks have not invented, but accelerated this trend. Next slide, please. The wider circulation of videos online increasingly inspired countries to create a show that would not only work well with the available camera angles on stage, but produce an overall slickness in which the performance itself seems like an enactment of a music video, primarily for a TV audience and not the one in the arena. Sweden last year and this year in particular are the best examples for that, but I think also Israel in 2018 and also again Israel this year. Next slide, please. Yet, online culture also creates new evaluations of mediated aesthetics that were perhaps less predictable, most notably the value of affective immediacy that is often labeled as authenticity and has been widely researched in the field of affect media studies. Mediated body sounds and movements can create a scene of intimacy whose impact overrides more mainstream musical and performative standards. If the connection between song and performer is effectively convincing, a look at, if that is convincing, a look at some of the successful entries from the last couple of years testify to this trend. Ukraine 2016, Portugal 2017, and in a different way also France 2021. The entry of this year that most convincingly represents this formula is of course Spain's Blanca Paloma with Ea Ea. So what does it mean that Eurovision in the third decade of the 21st century speaks the language of online imagery and affect so fluently? Let me sum up. Next slide, please. I think we're witnessing another rebranding of Eurovision, no longer a clumsy enterprise whose charm lay precisely in aesthetic failure and the camp value resulting from this, no longer restricted to its former core base, gay men. Of course, it never was, but there was a very strong ownership from this perspective, and no longer limited to a European audience, but available for global consumption. And we heard some of that also in Paul's paper already, most likely also this being one of the aims of the EBU. Eurovision is no longer a niche entertainment met with camp sensibility by its gay and queer fan base and a more ironic and less loving attitude by a non-queer audience. It has turned into a powerful platform for potential musical success, as also the international career of Måneskin and the return of Loreen have shown. Chances are that Eurovision as a kick-off moment for international careers is no longer the exception, as it was with ABBA and Celine Dion, but something the musical industry is aware of and now uses strategically, at least in some countries. Also, I think the renewed interest in this context by the Big Five testifies to that, the Big Five except for Germany. Anyways, so I want to conclude. Next slide, please. I want to conclude with a few remarks about my last point, which also brings me to the title of my talk. Eurovision has become readable by a generation of digital natives that are fluent in making sense of visual and audio signs online. The stunning Eurovision literacy presented by Viviblogs might be the best example for this. I think one important cultural reference and learning lesson for the Eurovision fluency is less the history of Eurovision and Europe itself, at least not the Eurovision of earlier decades, but other casting shows and TV competitions, spectacles such as RuPaul's Drag Race or also American Idol. Here I want to use RuPaul only as an allegory for the performative quality of contemporary media representation, including sound, fashion, posture, and attitude, and the mediated affect resulting from it. While this form of celebrity culture, celebrity here understood as an individual that passes the test of a powerful TV or online presence, signals a clear shift from an affective attachment to Eurovision as a pop cultural alternative to the Anglo-American pop hegemony, an attachment marked by European history and cultural idiosyncrasies, I want to resist the melancholy over Eurovision as a lost object of gay love. It is true, the language of Eurovision has changed, as has the discourse about Eurovision. We only start to understand how the hybrid, often awkward post-World War II culture of Eurovision very successfully manages to navigate a radically different media landscape and the cultures emerging around it. Yet the forces at play here, for example, visual slickness versus mediated authenticity, are so contradictory that I don't think we have yet reason to believe that RuPaul and the commodification of affect have killed Eurovision. Thank you.
We find ourselves exactly at time. Can we beg a little bit more time?
You can have 10 minutes for questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you, panelists. May I ask if there are any questions from the floor or online? And also I invite you to question each other.
Hi. Firstly, just before I ask the question, I hadn't heard of the Caribbean Song Contest, but St. Lucia We Love is a bop, and I'm going to go home and listen to it. Question for Paul or anyone else who wants to comment. I guess a couple of things that you touched on just as far as race is concerned. One of the things that's fascinated me teaching Eurovision in the States, last year my students voted for, their number one was Belgium, Miss You, which didn't even qualify for the grand final. And then this year they voted for Ukraine. So they're, I think, voting for songs that reflect the music that they're kind of listening to. And we're talking about students in rural Vermont, which is like the widest state in the country. But then I sort of contrasting that with sometimes maybe slightly disappointing performances, or kind of in the televote, Jan and Big maybe not doing as well as we would have thought. Destiny, also not doing as well as we would have thought. And I just wonder, I guess the question is, does Europe have a race problem? Has anyone done any kind of research into that? Maybe for you or for anyone else who wants to, I don't know, pick it up.
Yeah, I'll start. That the sort of race problem that I think does exist in Europe and has been picked up and has been touched on by a couple of scholars. So I cite Fatima El Tayeb in my paper, who is one of these scholars who's sort of calling for us to consider race as part of how we think about Europeanness and how we think about frameworks of nation, but also scholars such as like Tiffany Florville, who's working on like the Black German movement, the Black German women's movement in the 90s and 80s. And so it's something that I think is becoming a lot that people are starting to address in scholarship on European music, both art music and popular music. And I think it's something that Eurovision studies can talk more about, because it has become increasingly, discussions of race have become increasingly prevalent in not just the discourse among academics who study Eurovision, but also just in sort of like popular media on Eurovision. So, yeah.
Can I just make a brief remark? Please. Because, and of course, the whole debate has shifted and the urgency of the debate has also shifted. Yet, it's also been a classical topic of Eurovision studies, we have to say fairly. For example, in Ivan's and Bob's book, we have we had like a non-white performance at Eurovision since the 1960s, in the Netherlands in the 1970s, for Germany, for example. So it's not a thing of the 5 past years only, right? Obviously, because of the political situation and the framing of the discourse, it's getting another form of attention. Yet it's been an ongoing question in a way.
And I should also take a moment to acknowledge the whiteness of our panel, which I think is reflective of the whiteness of our field. And I think we're hearing a call here for the need for there to be underrepresented voices starting to be represented within our field, which I think is something for I'm going to sound like schoolmarm, but those of us who are educators, I think that's something for us to be thinking about in terms of who we might be particularly inviting into our courses and inviting them to have a point of view on Eurovision. Other questions or comments? Sure. Yes.
So thank you to every speaker. And I have a question for Ivan. I thought Bob's and I believe yours research about the Caribbean festivals fascinating. And well, I would have several questions, but my main question is, I think you approached it but I would like to know what were the practical results of these 3 editions, right? Did I understand it properly? So were there any practical results in terms of, well, the music industry, the Caribbean music industry, or that aim of Caribbean unity? What were the main practical results, if any?
Thank you for the question. And I would say, just on the very practical level, the winner of the second year was the Dominican Republic, and the winner of the third year was Martinique. So there we have those 3 winners. And really, what you're asking is something that I know Bob wanted to find out much more about. And that the temptation of asking the school for funding for a research trip to Martinique was extremely attractive. And I would have gone too. So I think we were looking forward to contacting the producers of the show, who are still in business, and working with the TV station and the archives to watch the next 2 versions of the show, which are not available on YouTube, and to actually delve into these questions about any possible ramifications, practical, political ramifications of the show, and the participation of the countries involved, the investment of the countries and the performers involved, and the payout, the sort of the results, the positive and maybe not so positive results of the competitions. So absolutely, these were questions we wanted to pursue and Bob wanted to pursue further.
Karen, if I may,
Yeah,
the kind of thread that I found between these 3 papers in particular was this thread of globalization. And that's something I think a lot about with regard to Eurovision, particularly in the past decade, where you have All for One, and then also at the same time as All for One, Turkvision, which came right after Turkey's departure from the contest after 2012, is also having its first few editions. And then like with the comparison to RuPaul, like RuPaul's Drag Race is another globalizing brand that is extending outside of the United States and into Europe, into Asia, and so on. And so we have an interesting positionality here because 3 of us are North American, and then all 4 of us work at US American or North American institutions. And so what do we sort of make about like the global circulation of Eurovision? You know, people, you know, like I agree with like Kevin's point earlier, where like a lot of people didn't, growing up, especially for me, like people didn't know Eurovision. I found it sort of on accident, like, but people are starting to become aware of it, and it's starting to exist beyond a sort of larger European imaginary, even beyond a larger sort of queer European imaginary. And so what do we sort of, I guess, question for everybody, like what do we make of the sort of globalization of the contest?
Simon, is your response to that question?
No.
So do you have a response specifically to that question? Okay, so I'll ask for responses to Paul's question first. Does anybody have any response to this question of what do we make of the globalization of Eurovision? I had a related, I was thinking about the connections, and it doesn't work. The song contest format in other contexts has not so far worked, right? American Song Contest has not reappeared. The Canadian Song Contest never appeared. The Caribbean one lasted 3 years. The Turkish one,
I think it was only like 3 or 4 editions.
So.
Okay. No, I don't want to interrupt you.
No, you go.
Should I? Okay. No, I mean, I guess you're right in terms of, say, the institutionalization of the contest, you know, but I do think, you know, as was said previously, that the brand of Eurovision is not in control of the EBU, but it's always subjected to like certain forces, fan culture, nation branding, et cetera, et cetera. And I think on that level, globalization matters heavily, you know, and I mean, I think this is like some of the points I tried to make in my paper. I think there is a very strong influence of, you know, a global pop. I mean, it's always been, but it's, you know, like through digital media, increasingly so. And I do think that there is, it's a touchy thing. I mean, to put it polemically, one could say, you know, there is a threat of alienation, of a kind of like taking away the contest from a certain kind of cultural tradition that shaped its identity, versus a a reading of the contest that is very closely linked to European history. And for example, also as Bob is writing in his text, you know, the queer grasp onto Eurovision always had a lot to do with a very strange formation of Europe and European institutions and how they're not matching. You know, there is Eurovision, there's the European Union, there's the European Council, and all of them are interconnected but not the same, and in themselves different again. You know, they have the same currency or not. And Eurovision, as a representation of that, allowed, you know, minorities to enter through the cracks of that very heterogeneous assemblage, let's just say, right? And I guess the question is whether this construction, which is just a highly fascinating, you know, object of study, survives in globalization or turns into something completely different.
Yeah. Thank you. I think we have time for one more question from our Polish representative, who is waiting for his microphone.
Hi guys, it's nice to have all of you actually from the other side of Atlantic, not only US but Canada. We know that we have a change in the Eurovision. For another year, we have TikTok as a partner of the Eurovision, of the European Broadcasting Union. We know already that some governments, well, they've forbidden to use TikTok, at least at the governmental level. We have some public broadcaster, even in Europe, like Finland, where they don't use social media anymore in communicating the audience. Do you think that's the risk to be dependent, especially in the first week of rehearsals, on one big company, which actually gives a lot of money to depend, you know, the EBU from them? What do you think? What is your views from the other side of the Atlantic?
Thank you. That's a great question. So TikTok, leaning too heavily on TikTok, the use of TikTok to present the first rehearsals. Any thoughts? Peter, you look like you're going to say.
I don't really have like a political answer. I have an aesthetic answer first, because I want to say that that Eurovision and the EBU make full use of the potentials of media representation and coverage. I think is great. And I also like the fact that they're coming up with different genres at different times in the contest and the preparation of the contest. That I like, and I think they do that, you know, very skillfully. About the impact of, I have to think of it for a second about this. I'm not as quick with that for an answer.
I mean, to me, I would agree with Peter that there's a nimbleness there that did not characterize the EBU's delivery of the contest previously, and the fact that they are using social media as a solution to a concern, which is how do we mediate early rehearsals. I think that's great. I think TikTok is lots of things are moving around TikTok at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see how we end up next year. Catherine, do you have something to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's part of this global social media, sorry.
So, I mean, this partly brings in global social media platforms, but it was also a reflection I was sitting with earlier, which is, you know, Paul, as you were mentioning globalization, for instance, and, you know, that brought me back to, you know, the St. Lucia song, which I think all of us are probably going to go away and look up now on a global social media platform that lets us do it. And it made me think how much I would have liked to talk to Rob about that song, and how it reminded me at once of, you know, for instance, the Romanian song back in 2015, which was equally about, you know, economic migration and the vast numbers of Romanian parents, you know, working abroad now, sending money home to their children. And, you know, so that song was communicating and mediating that. And, you know, I think maybe that brings us towards, you know, several themes of globalization that wrap up, you know, what we're saying about queerness in a global context, what we're saying about the racialized identities that, you know, Eurovision has always mediated, but now mediates in different ways, and, you know, the intersections of sexuality and racialization. There are the sonic kinds of globalizations. What does reggae or reggaeton or hip hop mean in the Balkans or Ukraine? There's the individual and collective roots of migration that, you know, someone like John Lundvik or Django McCoy, if we mention him, have been through. And, you know, there's also perhaps, you know, these contexts where there are, you know, shared social and political struggles that could be, you know, linked up through music, you know, with the kinds of opportunities for communication and exchange that, you know, this digital environment offers to us. So, you know, maybe there's not even one globalization, maybe there's many of them.
Yeah. Thank you, Catherine. And I think the sound of young musicians is cueing us that it might be time for us to depart the stage.
Can I have the last word?
Yes, please do.
We'll know the results of this year's contest on Saturday night, but even more crucially for globalization, we'll know the results, I think, of the Turkish election on Sunday. And here we have a very stark choice between Erdogan and another 10 years of Turkey not being in Eurovision, or Kılıçdaroğlu, who in one of his ads promotes Eurovision as a benefit to Turkey and as a benefit to globalization. So let's see what happens this weekend.
Thank you, everyone, for your attention, and thank you for your papers.
So thank you all. Thank you for coming here, Catherine, Ivan, Paul, and Peter, for celebrating the Eurovision research in the past, in present, and future. So what an amazing way to lead us to the next day, tomorrow, in the same place, at the same hour. But just before, I want to thank you all of our participants of today, our science slammers, and the professors that led the discussion, as well as Volodymyr. Thank you for our team, our wizards hidden behind the curtains, Irving and Isabel and Carla in the train, and myself, of course, and the musicians that were here and the musicians that are outside and you can listen to and have some coffee and tea and cookies, and see you tomorrow. Thank you again.
Thank you.